today, but someone said there'd be a few in the parade.
In the King Jockey category, mythical flying horse with Bill Safer.
Now here's a King Jockey. He thinks I see City Hall Tower right there.
And the horseshoes.
And the horseshoes, right?
And the horse this time.
And that's something to point out as you see those horseshoes there. When you see horseshoes on any of those costumes, that is King Jockey. Oh, stunning. In fact, that horse is made up entirely of horseshoes.
I was just thinking that.
On a frame.
Well, that's a good sign he's going to be lucky in this division.
Oh, yes. Can't miss.
Now, are each of these groups judged individually?
Yes. Yeah, they have very complicated systems, numbers.
In the King and Clown category, thanks for the mummeries with Chris Massey.
Nothing I like better than an elegant pun. Thanks for the mummery.
Yeah. Even the Smithsonian used that. Thanks for the mummery. And I thought, yeah, that was a great idea. You know, clever. Then I found been used and used and used.
City Hall never looked better. Bob Strauss, I can't wait to find out, Bob Strauss, where you are next.
Well, we're strutting here, right, Tim? Let's go. Tim Rogers of Oregon. Tell me a little bit about strutting down the street.
Fun. I enjoy it.
How much of this parade do you actually strut, and how much do you walk?
About 5 miles. More than that. About 5 miles.
5 miles of strutting?
Yeah.
Is this you have to practice this? Is this an exercise you do with weight training and all that?
Nah, this is exercise. Good exercise. That's
all right, guys, thanks. Back to you.
Bob is getting the basics down there, but it's great to see the mummers strutting, isn't it? It's wonderful to see them strut because that's part of the tradition. And while many of them march along straight ahead, we still like to see that mummer strut along the side, whether it's the mummers themselves or sometimes the people in the crowd that are doing the strut.
And Linda, I know there's a certain basic step that's involved with strutting. It's more precise than sometimes we give it credit for. You take a few steps one way and then you go the other way, all the while getting the shoulders into action, something Bob Strauss should be practicing for as long as he can.
Well, it's definitely one way to keep our feet warm here in the booth.
Oh, boy,
so
you bet, you bet.
We'll do a few steps.
Night on Bald Mountain there. Skulls.
Thank you.
We're watching the Oregon Fancy Division. This is the final of the Fancy Divisions that will be featured this afternoon in the 1992 Mummers Parade.
Space Pirates with the Niblio family.
I was talking so loud there, I didn't hear what he said. Is that Space Pirates that I hear him say?
Yes.
Our pal Judy Barton is with us, and she's out in the crowd right now. Judy?
Sort of in the parade at this point. This is Frank Wallace, and Frank has a little bit of history going here in terms of your float and your suit. Tell me about it, Frank.
Well, it's a replica of a 1922 fancy frame suit that they used to have in the fancy division in them years. And the back of the suit, it becomes 1992, which is of today's parade. It was all psychedelics, which they didn't have back then. But this is the original thing. If you go down to the museum and look at the old books, you'll see this is actually a memory out of mummery today.
Okay, so we have 1922 in the front, and in the back we have 1992, and you'll see that as they turn the corner. Back to you.
Thank you, Judy Barton. This is a handsome costume you're looking at. Beast and the Beauty. He's pretty beastly so far.
The beauty will show up, you'll see.
I have no doubt.
Well, he's making that back piece look as light as a feather.
Okay, Mike Strug, why don't you...
North Carolina State. North Carolina State has gone ahead, 21-17 in the Peach Bowl. And down in the Hall of Fame Bowl, Syracuse has widened its lead over Ohio State 14-0. In the Citrus Bowl, California leads Clemson 7-0 in the first quarter. In the Cotton Bowl, Texas A&M is ahead 2-0 on a safety over Florida State in the first quarter.
We can't forget that. We have an elephant here to help us remember.
Yeah. Linda, you want to do the weather?
We can't beat the weather.
And we pretty much got everything covered then.
So many other years, I had to give wind chill factors and tell people just how cold it was. It's a pleasure to say that today temperatures are well above freezing and soaring into the low 40s. And we haven't got any wind here and certainly no precipitation to speak of. So it sure is a beautiful day. You really couldn't ask for better than this. It does feel cold if you stand outside a long time, but...
Well, I was just outside talking to some people. And it really isn't bad, but you're right. If you're out there for half an hour, 45 minutes.
Of time. And there are still folks that are planning to come down and see the parade later on today. And as that sun goes down, we still advise you to bundle up and, you know, bring a nice warm blanket to wrap yourself in as well.
While we have some time, and since we have a 12-hour parade, I suppose we have some time, I want to tell a story. Okay, why don't you?
Somebody had to say it.
Yeah, I just stepped outside and I ran into a fellow who I had not met before, a fellow by the name of Phil Soltoff. Phil Soltoff is Paul Soltoff's father. Paul Soltoff is the president of Corsa. Corsa is the company who, along with my company, was to produce the string band video, the infamous string band video that got blamed for as the reason why this parade would not be produced. In fact, I would suggest that the video is the reason that this parade is on television. Paul Soltoff knows my cousin Chuck Lieber. This is a roundabout story. But it turns out that Phil called Chuck one day and said his son had a video business and needed some equipment. Did he know anybody? And as a result, I got in touch with Paul Soltoff. And eventually, I couldn't help him with his equipment problem, but eventually we decided to do this video, which I've maintained saved the parade. And so, indirectly, I suggest to you that Phil Soltoff, who I think is an attorney here in Philadelphia, and my cousin Chuck Lieber, who is in the medical supply business here in Philadelphia, saved the Mummers Day Parade for television.
Well,
Does that make any sense?
Because they brought us all out to him.
Because they brought us all together, and that's the story. And there you go.
Well, we're certainly having a great time all together. That's for
yeah,
sure.
I'm sorry I bored you with the story, but
I noticed you had one eye on the parade the whole time, and you didn't miss the beautiful butterfly that just fluttered by.
I guess you'd have to say the most spectacular, visually anyway, portion of the parade, the fancies.
Oh, yes.
Do you agree, Doctor?
Oh, there's no question about that. The string bands, of course, do a lot of... But this has a massive quality that individual string bands don't have.
Thank you.
Do we often see these many dark themes in the parade, Doctor?
No, I didn't. I was just...
I mean, they're beautiful and gorgeous, but a little macabre in many areas.
Lots of skulls, aren't there?
Yeah. Well, I'm a big believer that the parade reflects the condition of the city and the town,
there you go.
Everything about it.
That's interesting.
Even this controversy going in here is part of it.
Well, they can certainly double up for a Halloween outfit when the occasion comes along.
Yeah.
And in fact, the Mummers do perform at many other occasions throughout the year, so...
Well, I had this one story, the Trilby String Band in the early 1900s used to buy their costumes from Gimbel Brothers. Just go up and buy the clown leftover Halloween suits.
And then go to the millinery shop and have their hats done. Okay. Let's go out to Judy, see what she's got for us.
The crowd has gotten a little excited in the last few minutes because some balloons have been released and everybody's looking upward and watching those balloons fly to the sky. You know, when we're down here in the crowd, we like to tell you about people that have come from all four corners of the world to see this Mummers Parade. Well, I've got one for you here. This is Joanna Watson. Joanna, where are you from?
Australia.
Joanna is from Australia, and how long have you been in this country?
I've been here for 3 weeks, and we're leaving tomorrow.
You're leaving tomorrow, but you did get a chance to see the Mummers Parade. Tell me what your impressions are.
Unbelievable. This is so fantastic. There's nothing really like this in Australia.
Is there anything in particular that sticks with you so far today?
Just the atmosphere. It's amazing.
Are you having a good time?
Yeah.
And the people behind you are having a good time. They look very happy. We hope you have a wonderful trip back to Australia, and tell them about the Mummers Parade.
Thank you very much.
Happy New Year. Back to you.
What's so terrific is that she is getting a chance to see the parade before she goes back, because many times in past years the parade did have to be postponed because of weather, of course, and a lot of folks that had made their schedules just to be here on New Year's Day unfortunately missed it. So that's another special thing about our parade this year, is that it is on New Year's Day, and we get to enjoy it on the traditional day that it was meant for.
It seems to make a difference when it is on New Year's Day. The parade is nice, and it's nice if it's the following Saturday or Sunday, but it is just not the same as when it, in fact, falls on New Year's Day.
There's still that feeling of celebration and festivity and holiday time in the air right now, and it reflects in the parade and in the people that are out here, too.
Question I always get is, why don't they run it in July or something? And always they react, no way. This is...
It wouldn't be New Year's Day, as we say, without the Mummers.
Right.
It's a Philadelphia tradition, and folks outside of this area might not understand that, but you have to come here and see it, and then you would know this is the only day for it.
In the midst of all these festivities we talk about on the Happy Holidays, I see more skulls coming up in the next group. But before we get to the skulls, it's time to go to Bob Strauss. Bob?
I have an original woman fancy club member from Oregon, Teresa DePietro, who has actually come down here from Connecticut for the parade. Why do you do this?
Well, my great-grandfather was one of the original mummers, and it's just been a family tradition.
Your great-grandfather was who?
Frank Krause.
And you've also come as far as from South Carolina. You move around, but yet you come back to Philly for the parades, huh?
Oh yeah, I sooner come home for New Year's than for Christmas.
Well, now that she's well fanned and well rested at the end of her parade, we'll take it back to you.
Would you say that Bob is a big fan of hers?
I get that distinct impression.
And there's your skulls.
There's the skulls. Yes. But look at the masks. They're astonishing. Another trio effort, of course.
Whoa. Showing off.
I'm going to write my own book next, Doctor. I'm going to be in competition with you.
Sure.
In the King's Jockey category, held the Outlaws Golden Horse with Erica Money.
King Jockey category is next. Be on the lookout for those horseshoes. Look at those colors. Can you believe it?
Just brilliant, like a sunset.
Really.
Thank you.
All right, it's time to get back now to South Philly in the Methodist Hospital area, where Tom Baldrick's standing by. Tom?
I know we're just outside of Methodist Hospital, but the young man I have here, is Mark Trollinger, and he is currently admitted at Jefferson Hospital. How did you get out?
Well, I was so upset about missing New Year's. I missed a lot of holidays this year because of my hemophilia, and I was supposed to be in the Mummers Parade this year because I'm the guest of the Woodland String Band, And the hospital felt so bad about it. They gave me a reprieve for the day. They gave me a pass to leave. They got all my medications into me in the morning. They let me out for the day. And then I'm going to get to go back tonight. But I'm going to get my parade, and I get a New Year, so I don't miss another holiday. It was great honor to do this.
Mark, you missed a lot of holidays being sick in the hospital. It must be fantastic to be with these guys.
This is just terrific. I've always wanted to be in a Mummers Day parade, and it's just been something I've never got around to. And these guys at the Woodland String Band are making that possible for me. And it's just a thrill. Words don't describe it.
Well, whether Woodland finishes first or not, they're winners today. Back to City Hall.
Happy New Year.
I know there was some difficulty hearing that, but I think you got the import of it and a touching moment.
Yes, that's a young man with spirit, and I think that kind of spirit will serve him well.
The Mummers Parade seems to bring out the best in everyone. It is a magic moment in Philadelphia. I was just speaking with Ron Goldwyn, by the way, who says the first string band has been waiting on the other side of City Hall for the fancies to finish, and the string bands will be along shortly. And yes, the comics did run over, but he got the impression that the city was not terribly upset. There had been a delay somewhere down on Broad Street, and so it's unlikely that any fine will be imposed. Again, I'm not the final authority on that, but that was the impression I get.
Well, the whole comic divisions, all of them only went over by about 10 minutes, so that's close enough.
Yeah, I would think that.
I would vote for that anyway.
Yeah, particularly in light of the fact that they have run considerably longer in years past, and they certainly made the effort.
Something fishy about this one, but I like it.
Yeah.
Poor soul got swallowed up.
Oh. Boy.
Oh.
There's your macabre theme.
I guess that's Jonah and the Whale.
Yeah. Natural Galaxy with Frank Martinello, Phil Guerra, and Dave Jocelyn.
John Williams is getting a royalty for each time Star Wars is played today. He's going to be able to retire.
That is really something.
Huh. Just when you think they can't top themselves anymore, they come up with something like this, which...
Yeah.
And it is different, those stark mauve trees, the stars atop. It's something different than what we've seen so far.
In the handsome costume category, the Phoenix with Max Clayton Jr.
This is the handsome costume category, in case you didn't hear that announcement on the street. The Phoenix. Oh.
Men over here giving them the rhythm of beating.
Thank you.
Today's broadcast is made possible by Suburban Cable, Comcast Cable, and subscribers to TV 12. Additional funding is made possible by Adelphia Cable Communications, Garden State Cable TV, Greater Media Cable, Jones Intercable, and Wade Cable Vision.
A message to all you Narnia fans. The Narnia Bowl, featuring the entire Narnia Chronicles trilogy, will begin tomorrow morning at 9 on TV 12.
Have a comment on the program you've just seen. We want to hear your response. Voice your opinion on the WHYY Viewer Response Line. Call 215-923-WHYY. Your comments are important, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Call 215-923-WHYY.
Boogie Dancers with Joe Stewart, Jim Wembley, and West Hurrah.
1901 is when it all started, as part of the celebration to mark the turn of the century, the beginning of the 20th century, and began with some 2,500 marchers coming up Broad Street, pulled together from the neighborhoods, from the neighborhood parades that went on. And a fellow by the name of Bart McHugh said, hey, why don't we have this thing up on Broad Street? He became the father of the Mummers Parade, and it's been going strong ever since. Let's go over to Judy Barton and see what she has for us.
One of my favorite things when we're out here in the crowd is to say hello to some of the youngest spectators, and I think I have one of them here. This is Jack, and Jack is from Florida. Jack?
Where are you from? Clearwater.
And Jack, you're from Clearwater, Florida. Jack, can you say Happy New Year to everybody?
Merry Christmas.
And the same to you. Now, Jack also, I think, may have started a new Mummers tradition. He's wearing socks on his hands. Can you hold it? Can you wave and say hello with your socks? I mean, that might be a good idea for all of us. What do you think? Thank you, Jack, and Happy New Year. I'm going to give you back your horn, and I'm going to move down here. And this is this Jamie? What's your last name, Jamie?
Leafhead.
Jamie, you look up there and say, hi, Daddy, hope you're feeling better.
Hi, Daddy. I hope you feel better.
Okay, Daddy's homesick. We hope he gets well soon. Back to you.
Oh, I'm sure he feels better just hearing
Already.
that. It's funny, over the years, Judy and I have spoken about how many pairs of socks all of us wear on the parade route, especially when you're out on the street. But there you go. You need one extra pair for the hands.
At
so
least
we've
one
learned
extra
today.
pair. And we shouldn't forget that Judy Barton was homesick this morning herself, struggling through the flu, but she's out there like a trooper this afternoon doing her usual great job at the 1992 Mummers Parade. We're seeing the final of the fancy divisions. The Oregon doing a great job, getting more colorful by the minute.
And of course, we are waiting for what is certainly the most musical portion of the day. The Philadelphia String Bands, known virtually around the world for their performances, because they are not only musical performances, they are visual performances as well, and that should be coming up. We're estimating probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We are running a little bit behind schedule, but not as badly as we have run behind schedule in past years.
In a handsome costume, Faith Angel with Rita Strauss. Category. Enter the Doctor's Realm with Tom Hadlock.
Here's a chance for your color. That's a different color.
Well, standing up here as I am, I get kind of a vantage point to see all of the costumes lined up behind each other. You can't imagine what is in store for you next. You must stay with us to see what's coming up.
Notice, too, from our vantage point, we can see the crowd gathering, even more people arriving at this hour. And there's a beautiful view here. Let's go now to
Marty out on the street somewhere.
They can stop. We look at that.
Go, Marty.
Marty.
And with me is someone that I have to identify. Judge X. And I will ask you first, Judge X, why I have to refer to you that way.
There is a long tradition and a reason that goes behind being named Judge X. And I don't know how much I can really say, but there is a history in the Mummers Parade years ago where some underdealing with some of the judges went on. And what has gone on now through the years is they want to take away everyone's names. Nobody knows. And basically the string bands never find out because we don't want any of that table type situation going on.
Now, how many judges are they, and where have they come from?
Okay, there's 10 judges in all, 5 for the visual production and then 5 for the musical production, or I should say 6 for the visual and 4 for the music. Some of the judges came as far as 200 miles away today to judge, and the interesting thing about that is the fact that none of the judges have ever been in a mummers group per se, and when they don't know the real history behind any of the organizations that the viewers are going to see today, which is good because nobody can have a partial feeling towards any of the organizations and slip them a few extra points. All the judges are trained choreographers. Some are marching band judges from all over the East Coast and very experienced people. We went through a whole screening process last year, and it is the same judging panel that we had last year because of the success.
Okay, well, I thank you for your time, Judge X, and we're going to go back to the booth.
It's interesting to hear about the judging, especially as you sit here and see one fantastic group after the next. It must be hard to judge them, a very difficult task, Doctor. Is that the correct judging procedure? How would you explain it?
I suppose it is. They always have generally outsiders. I judged the comic sections for many, well, I guess 5 years. I always felt they ought to have some mummers in it, but then you get into real discussion again. So outsiders, I guess, would be the best, unbiased.
And former mummers don't qualify as judges either.
I haven't seen any, but some might. It took Dick Dilworth brought in the system of judging now. No one had control of it. He made sure they're all beyond touching, under the table. There's never a question. But in the past, Joe Ferko told some stories about that. He complained about being in second place. And he said, "That's right, Joe. Yours is next year." Sorry.
Well, for those of us who are watching the parade, it is not a competition. We simply enjoy the parade. For those taking part in the parade, this is serious competition, and each of these groups wants to win, and it's very important to them.
It is serious competition, but at the same time, we must say, we can see them enjoying themselves, and they are having a ball out there.
As is Judy Barton.
And I am here with the Grand Marshal of the parade. It's Dolores Andy. Are you having a good time, Dolores?
I'm having a wonderful time, and Happy New Year, Philadelphia.
And you hold a special honor because you are the first woman Grand Marshal?
Yes, I am, and it's been a great honor. And the people are wonderful, and if you're watching television, we want you to watch TV, but come on down.
Absolutely, we're having a great time. Well, you go and enjoy the parade.
Thank you so much, and thank you.
Happy New Year. Back to you.
Well, the mummers is a parade of tradition, but there's another tradition that has gone by the wayside. We have our first woman Grand Marshal, and that is all to the good.
Actually, I think she was the Grand Marshal last year. I think that's when she became. I could be wrong on this, but okay. I don't think this is that is, she has become the Grand Marshal, but she has held that post in previous years as well.
That was certainly a king jockey.
Yes.
Yeah. Category, a time to mime with Victor Massey.
I think I see some string bands in the not too distant area.
That's about what I was just checking that.
Yeah.
The first of 22 of them.
Let's get back inside a float, and who else would we find inside a float but Robert Strauss?
What do you have in there?
There he is. Can we hear him?
Club and their prehistoric exhaust. It's a wonderful time in here. It's nice and warm. I see a lot of rigging. I can even move a little bit. No, I can't move it, not without their help. Thanks a lot, guys, for letting me in here.
But we don't get much of a picture on the inside. And will he ever get out?
Stay tuned.
He had to find a warm spot, and he did it.
We're seeing the final two extravagant costumes in our fancy divisions from Oregon. And I think they have saved the best for last. These are absolutely scrumptious looking.
Yeah, that looks like cotton candy. Good enough to eat there.
Category, the big face clown with Keith.
Is that your way of saying you're predicting a winner?
I really shouldn't. I really should, but I just, I'm overwhelmed by what I'm seeing. Of course, I say that every time.
And for good reason. They're all winners.
This is it, positively the last costume in the fancy divisions, and it has been something to see.
Thank you. The men and women of the Oregon New Year's Association want to wish each and every one of you a happy and healthy New Year.
Okay, that concludes the last of the fancy clubs, and now the string bands are moving toward us. And I guess we ought to point out that while the string bands didn't compete for prize money when the first parade came up the street in 1901, now there's money. And back then, there was at least one string band, Trilby. Let's get a history lesson.
A man by the name of Jack Towers. He was one of the originators of Trilby, and he started out with 4 men at one time, and he went up and he played for the comics as we know them today. They took it on Broad Street. They were the first string band, organized string band to go up the street.
Was that 1901?
Yeah, to go and compete for a prize.
You know, my grandfather went out in that parade, Andy Erickson, and he lived down the neck. He took the kitchen stove out on a steak body, a horse and wagon, and his wife had pneumonia in a parlor, laying in a bed, and he took the stove out to go New Year's shooting. It was on like a float. It was supposed to be a house affair where a woman's cooking a meal, and he was dressed up as a woman. They done a lot of crazy things in them days.
They had string bands per se, but they were like little groups on their own throughout the areas. And then like Ferko, Kensington, Jackie's grandfather, Jim Durning, and Polish and Ukrainians, everybody just started to blend together, and they made it what it is today.
These mummer stories, we hope, are based on fact, but they might just be good stories too. But I think this was a true one. Many years ago, most of the string band clubs were in South Philadelphia, and a group of guys got together and said, let's go uptown and start a band. Let's get out of South Philadelphia. So they went uptown to North Philadelphia. When they got there, they said, what should we call this band? So they called it the Uptown String Band. That's how the name started. And most, I guess, quite a few are people's names: Jim Durning, Joe Ferko, Hegeman, was the individual's name, Broomall. So either it was the owner's name at one time or the neighborhood it came from.
You know, we talk about the competition factor. That competition factor is one day, which is New Year's Day. And we're all out to beat each other. What they fail to realize, the other 364 days of the year, how we work together, we socialize together, we do jobs together. The camaraderie amongst the groups is year-long, and that's what it's about.
This is an everyday occurrence with us here on the East Coast and around the Philadelphia area. But take somebody from Seattle, California, or something like that. They just heard so much of the mummers and the mummer string bands in Philadelphia. They know, they just crowd to the hotels here. They just want to hear that string band sound.
The rules call for certain instruments to be allowed. They are namely stringed instruments such as banjos, bass fiddles, violins, not many guitars anymore, reed instruments, including accordions, saxophones, percussion instruments, which would be glockenspiels, we call them the bells, and of course drums. So no brass is allowed at all.
And if you had brass, I think it would get away from the string band sound.
I have one final question, and it's your 61st year. Do you ever think about retiring and saying, well, I'm not going up the street this year?
No, I haven't. In fact, I played the saxophone for 50 years, and that's when I retired. But I still watch in front of the band, and I hope that I can still continue as long as my good Lord stays with me.
And by the way, while Trilby didn't compete in that first parade, they were awarded $25 by the judges to encourage their appearance in subsequent parades. And it wasn't until 1916 that there was a separate string band competition with its own prizes.
And there is a big string band competition right now, and you can see the names, and this is the order in which they'll be coming up the street. There is the Trilby String Band, the very first band to play here. They weren't competing. They date back to 1898, actually, and they were just a band, and they were invited up so that there'd be some music here along with these groups that were coming up. I want to take a moment as we're waiting for the string bands to come toward us. We have a lot of people to thank. We have the cable companies, both Lenfest and Comcast and all the others, and we have WHYY, and there is another group, people that I've been working very closely with, that I want to take a minute to thank, and they are the folks out at Corsa. Paul Soltoff, Bob Bieber, who is, Bob is working as co-producer on this, and Don DeSink and Marty Lindley, and Steve Nelson, and these guys were part of the effort that we had made to make a video of the string bands, and as a result of that, in an effort to keep that video alive, we actually helped to keep the parade alive because we wanted a source for some of our video. We are, in fact, making that video, and at some point after this, we're not allowed to talk about it today, but at some point that video will be on the market. You can buy it at the show of shows and other places, and you'll be hearing about it. But we were hoping that we would be able to use some of this live coverage to make our video along with other cameras that we have spotted around here. And when it looked like there would be no live coverage, we made an effort to keep the live coverage alive, and that's how we, in fact, got the cable people involved. And so as a result, I want to thank those folks for their work on this. Now, Dr. Charles Welsh has left us. Dr. Charles Welsh, who wrote O'Dem Golden Slippers, which you can buy at the Mummers Museum and other bookstores around the Delaware Valley. And he has been replaced by Joe Deegan. Joe Deegan.
Hi, Mike. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Joe. And you know everybody in the booth here, Joe?
Sure.
You saw Joe Deegan in that video we just did. Now you can begin to see the first string band coming toward us, the Italian American string band.
And it always brings a cheer to the crowd, and they are cheering now.
Yeah. Joe is the past president of the Philadelphia String Band Association, and he is joining us here today to do some commentary and color for us, to tell us what we're looking at, and to give us a hand here in the booth. And we welcome you, Joe.
Well, thanks. You're looking at what might be history here today. The rules of the String Band Association call for any new band in the parade to march first. Unfortunately, no band has ever marched first and taken first prize.
So that's not a good luck position.
No, but it's a good band coming up.
Okay, this is the first time we will ever see this band. It is the Italian American String Band.
Italian American String Band, their first year in the parade. The Italian American is led by Captain Dan Tercy, and his background is his father was Ralph Tercy, a dynamic voice of mummery for many, many years until he died in 1986. Ralph was the founder of the Crean Brigade.
So it's unlikely that the people in the Italian-American String Band are all novices. While it's a new band, they're probably not new people.
Danny Tercy has put together a band with a new name, but a lot of quality players from other bands.
And as you can see, they're presenting a tribute to probably the most popular theater composer of the day, Andrew Lloyd Webber, aspects of Andrew Lloyd Webber.
And so you will recognize many of these tunes
exactly
here. Now, they don't officially begin their performance until they cross that yellow line out there. Is that correct, Joe?
That's right. They'll play up to what we call the starting line. They're allowed to play walking into that point, and then they'll be stopped, and they'll get formed together and get their music book straightened out and get a few seconds for that. And the Tom Halley will drop the flag, and they'll have 4.5 minutes of playing after that.
Exactly 4.5 minutes.
4:31, and you're disqualified.
They have 4 minutes and 30 seconds from the time you see that man with the orange flag out there drop the flag, and the first musician crosses the line until the first musician crosses the outline, which is this yellow line.
That is correct. The first note of music will start the time.
So they will not be cut off, but instead they will just be automatically disqualified?
No, it's tough to cut string bands off, but if they keep playing it for 4.5 minutes, they're in trouble.
Believe me, they have timed this over and over again, and you can bet
several hundred times.
You can set your watch by the fact this will not run more than 4.5 minutes.
Just the title, Aspects of Andrew Lloyd Webber, a tribute to one of his latest hits, Aspects of Love, which has been a hit for a long time.
It might be a hint that you'd want to keep an eye on the captain's suit. He starts out as the Phantom of the Opera, but then changes to an Argentinian soldier as the performance closes.
And here we go.
crowd started cheering even before they were done. A thrilling performance of aspects of Andrew Lloyd Webber by the Italian American String Band making their debut.
Italian American, Dan Terci, captain, Joe Quattrochi, music director, Sal Pagano, and Perry DiMatteo, drill masters.
Well, what'd you think, Joe? The first time out, how'd they do?
I've seen a lot of bands march up here for the first time, and none better than that one right there. They may be setting history today.
And it's amazing, folks. I think you'll notice that even got the goosebumps going here in the booth just watching that, hearing the crowd cheering and the electricity in the air. There's something special about the string bands, especially that great one. And here comes Marty Moscowane, the captain of the Italian American String Band. Marty?
Well, I got a guy here who's out of breath, and I think if you just watch that performance, you can see why.
Well, at my age, I understand why.
Now, you picked Andrew Lloyd Webber. I can tell that
we love his music.
That the crowd was real crazy about it.
Yes. I think the man is a genius. We love his music, and we picked it, and we went ahead. Hopefully, we did good with it.
Now, did you hear the crowd?
Oh, yes. I heard the response, sure.
What is it? What does that do? What does that do for you when you hear a crowd like that?
It psychs everybody. It psychs the band up. I think they pump harder. That's what they love. They love the crowd behind them.
Yeah.
The streets were a little empty coming up from town today, this morning, but it's filled up now.
Well, you got to be in pretty good shape to do this. I can see you're still trying to catch your breath.
Oh, well, I don't want to tell you my age.
Yeah, that's okay. Where do you go after here?
We're going back to our club, the Italian American Bocce Club, 24th and McKean. And we'll celebrate.
Kind of put your feet up and relax.
Then I got a root from my son. He's captain of Cleveland Fancy Brigade.
Well, enjoy.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to go to Judy Barton.
We have so much excitement over here. I sort of don't know where to look. We have two very important spectators with us. We have Mayor-elect Ed Rendell. Happy New Year, Mr.
Hi,
Mayor.
Judy. How are you? Happy New Year.
And we have Brian Roberts, who's the president of Congress.
Hi, how are you?
I think, gentlemen, for the first day of 1992, this parade is evidence of cooperation for the city of Philadelphia and for Comcast.
Yeah, I think Comcast did a great job and deserves a great deal of credit. They pulled our fire, pull us out at the last minute. Next year, we've got to get it better organized so we don't do things at the last minute.
Brian, how do you feel about the events of today?
Well, we're all for doing it even better next year, but look at it this year. Perfect weather, everyone's having a great time, and all the mummers are on TV. That's what our goal was. And Judy, I think the fact that the parade's on time is just great. Just great. That's important. The string bands are up here at the right time.
And we're having a good time, are we not?
We sure are.
Happy New Year to both of you.
Thanks.
Back to you.
Thank you, Judy. We're about to hear the Broomall String Band with no strings attached. This is the second performance, and here they come.
You know, it's great that the string bands are here early.
Well, I don't know if they're early, but they're right on time.
No,
the voice you hear
always runs late.
Yeah, the voice you hear is that of Mayor-elect Ed Rendell, who has joined us here in the booth. Let's watch the Broomall string band as they go off, and then we'll have a chance to talk.
Mike, the Broomall String Band is not from Broomall, Pennsylvania. It's a family name. Peter Broomall started the band 62 years ago. That's his grandson, Captain Peter Broomall, Sr., out there today.
I think everybody presumes it's from Broomall.
That's correct. Right. Jim Broomall, Peter's father, is the president of the band.
It's truly a family group, isn't it? They said they have 10 fathers and sons marching here today.
Lots of brothers and sisters and moms and daughters, too.
Can we get the official opinion? What's the mayor's feeling on the...
Well, I think this is as good a parade as I've seen. It's on time, which is terrific. The string bands are here when most of the families with kids can see them. I think this is the best in recent years, and obviously great weather.
Do you think the fact that the city was prepared to impose some fines may have had something to do with that?
Sure. I think the administration deserves a lot of credit because they said, let's do this baby on time for the fans, for the people from out of town, and for police overtime, too.
Which is something I'm sure you're concerned with at this point. Okay, we want to go out to Marty and talk with the captain of the Broomall String Band.
Hi there. And we are with Peter Broomall here. And, you know, Peter, I'd like to have you check out a tape here and see what kind of grade you'd give yourself, okay? How's that look?
Fantastic. It's what we've been practicing all year for.
You know, you got some great dancers up front there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
They work on their choreography all year?
All year round, yep. Yep, all year round.
Well, it shows.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Same to you. Okay, we're going to go back to the booth.
Thank you, Marty. We're getting ready now for the Ventnor City String Band. And as we say all along, the Mummers Parade is a working man's parade, and the theme here is America at Work. And I think you'll recognize some of the songs that you're about to hear. Well, there seems to be a pause.
While they're waiting to step off, we can mention that this group was founded in 1986.
That's correct. And once was the Atlantic City String Band.
And half of the musicians that are playing today are female.
That's great.
And the captain is Bob McLaughlin.
The Ventnor City String Band also has as one of its members the president of the Penn Jersey String Band Association, Frank Fitzpatrick.
Here we go.
disappear.
No, we'd love to watch that.
I'm here with Tom Fox, who's the city parade coordinator. Only one of the individuals who was so instrumental in putting this whole extravaganza together, and you look very pleased with yourself, if I do say.
Oh, it's a wonderful day for the city, for the people of the city, and I just have to thank the at least 200 people that have helped me put this thing together.
Would you like to start naming them, Tom?
Oh, I'd have to start with the Commissioner Dolores Sandy, and Joe Brogan,
Okay.
Tom Halley, Tom Napoleon, it goes on and on.
It's sort of like you all know who you are, but basically this has been a tremendous success. Was it a surprise to you that it turned out this way?
Well, you can never go wrong if the weather is good, and you know, no matter what you do, if it's bad, if the weather's bad, it's a bad day. But if it's good, you can't go wrong. You really can't. Yes.
And you can't go wrong, and this crowd is excited, and it's building, and here comes another string band, and so we're going to send it back to you. Happy New Year, Tom.
Okay, I'm here with Robert McLaughlin, and it was a wonderful show you put on for us.
Thank you very much. It took us a lot of time to get it together. We're a young band. We're working like crazy, and we're really proud to be here.
Okay, well, take a look at yourself and see what you think. Not bad, eh?
Not bad. Looks pretty good from where I'm standing. At least 10.
At least 10. Okay, thanks a lot, and Happy New Year to you. Okie doke, let's go back to the next band.
It looked pretty good from where we're standing, too. What'd you think, Mr. Mayor?
I thought they were great. Terrific theme, patriotic theme, and working America, which is what we need. All these bands are great, though, Mike. They do a great job preparing.
Yeah, I suppose you can't go wrong with This Land Is Your Land and God Bless America.
No, you sure can't. How about Philadelphia Freedom?
Yeah, right. Appeal to people's patriotism, and you got a winner every time. The next band coming up is the Greater Overbrook String Band, and their theme is cartoons. Their captain is Harry Hill, their musical director, Charles McWilliams, and they are getting ready to go. And here we come.
Yeah, Harry Hill is captain now in his second year. Last year's team was Hooked on the High Seas.
So let me ask you something. The time doesn't start until the flag goes down, not when the captain crosses the line as this one has?
That's correct. The captain can't come in, but the props cannot, and the men, the players, absolutely cannot come in across the line until the flag is dropped.
Joe, where do the judges sit?
The judges, I believe, are right to our immediate left.
Yeah, they're right next to us. We've got about the best seat in the house next to being in a judge's stand.
It really is incredible because they're coming straight at you.
Would you like to be a judge some year?
No. I once in the campaign judged a baby contest. I made 3 sets of parents happy and 250 sets of parents hated me.
So, you know, you're going to lose 22 string bands if you judge out here. Here we go. The flag has been dropped. There.
I have my friend Gus here from Broomall String Band, and he's taught me to play a good song on the glockenspiel. All right, ready? Thanks a lot. Back to you.
Well, I thought he did pretty well there, right? For not much rehearsal time. Okay, we've just finished with the Greater Overbrook String Band and their cartoons, or tunes,
Great dancing,
if you will.
Mike.
Great dancing. Joe, you were saying something earlier about the fact that you were saying that only 3 of those people cannot play instruments. Everybody has to be a musician.
That's right. The rules call for only 3 non-players in costumes, so any other dancers are players at one point in time in the 4.5 minutes. They must play an instrument and then come out and dance.
So we see them dance, and they go back and play an instrument.
That's correct.
Okay, let's get over to Marty with the captain of the Greater Overbrook String Band.
That's Harry Hill here.
Thank you.
That was a great show you put on for us. Happy New Year to you.
It's been a great day. It's been a fun day. But I hope the judges think we were top 10.
Now, do you recognize that guy down there?
That guy down there?
Yeah,
That's me. In the center? Oh, yeah. I recognize him.
How's he look to you?
He looks like he's doing pretty good.
I think so.
Yep.
I think so. It's a great show you put on. Did you feel the crowd?
Oh, yeah, it was beautiful. The crowd was just great. I thought everything just went well. The band did a superb job. Everybody did their job, and I'm happy.
What are you going to do now?
Well, we're going to take a walk down 2 Street, celebrate a little bit, then go back to Overbrook, and we're going to really give them a show back there. So if people in Overbrook, we want you to watch.
Okay.
We'll be there.
Okay, thanks a lot. Congratulations. Let's send things back to the booth here.
We're getting ready now to see the Duffy String Band, and their theme today is Big Band Boom. Their captain's name is Ted Kudrick, and they hope that you are in the mood for a quick trip back to the big band era as they present their 1992 presentation of the Big Band Boom.
Okay, and we're about to lose our mayor-elect Ed Rendell. He has got other things to do and other places to visit. Thank you very much
Thanks
for being
very
with
much
us.
for letting me come up here.
And,
Great day and a great job by Comcast and Channel 12. Great job.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year to you.
Happy New Year
And
to you
Lynn
guys.
Fest.
And Lenfest, absolutely. And the City Recreation Department did a great job, too.
Everybody did a wonderful job today, and Corsa.
The weatherman.
I can't think of anybody else to thank. Let's get ready for the Duffy String Band.
Captain Ted Kudrick in his 7th year as captain. You know, Mike, there goes Duffy String Band, and we would be remiss if we did not mention Henry Kunzik, the leader of the band for 38 years, and he's the father, image, and patriarch of the men and women of Duffy.
They did the big band boom for us today, featuring In the Mood, Chattanooga Choo Choo, Tuxedo Junction, Opus 1, Sing Sing Sing, In the Mood, and I'll Be Seeing You. And their captain is Ted Kudrick. Joe Deegan, where did they finish last year?
Last year, Duffy finished 18th, and
Okay, so
they're going to improve on that this year, I'm sure.
That's great. We're going to go back out to Marty Moss Cawain with the captain.
And this is Ted Kudrick. He just had to disengage himself from his costume here. How you doing?
Terrible. Bad day all day long.
Hey, why don't you look down here? You see something looks familiar?
Oh, God.
How's that look?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Real good. Best dance all day. Bad day today. Started out. We had 2 buses. One broke down. Great. You know, everybody helps on the other bus, gets down here, breaks down.
So how'd you get here?
We had to walk 10 blocks to get here.
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry.
And here you are.
I'm out of breath.
And you did a great job.
Thank you.
Okay, congratulations. Bye-bye. Happy New Year. Back to the booth.
Great job in spite of some adversity by the Duffy String Band. And you saw it here first, the first ever Mummers Instant Replay. We're bringing to you today, 1992. And we've got some great stuff coming up and some results from earlier. Is that right, folks?
We'll have those results shortly. Right now, we're looking at the Ukrainian American String Band, and their theme today is Showboat with Captain George Koresko Jr. This is the 3rd year for him. He joined the band at age 12. He's now 22, and it's interesting because this is one of the few bands who still make their own costumes. If you're just joining us, Happy New Year, the 1992 Mummers Parade. I'm Linda Gellinella along with Mike Strug, and we've been joined by Joe Deegan, who's here to give us some expert help. And, of course, Ed Cunningham is here with us as well. We're all enjoying the parade, and we certainly hope you are, too.
Well, I can tell you a story. While we're waiting for the flag to drop, the president of this club is George Koresko Sr.
Senior, that's right, the captain's father.
The captain's father. But the captain, who was 12 years old at the time, is the one who dragged his father into this, into mummery and into string bands. He needed a way to get to the string band rehearsals, so he made his father drive him.
That happens quite often, Mike.
And that's how eventually he ended up president, and his son became the captain, and the whole family's involved in this band.
This band also has a member of the Penn Jersey Hall of Fame this year, Frank Ganther, inducted into the Penn Jersey Hall of Fame.
Okay. And there is a Hall of Fame for all of the string band divisions, and we have not mentioned all of the people who are in it, including our own Joe Deegan. What year were you inducted, Joe?
I was fortunate enough to be inducted in 1985. It's quite an honor.
And you play with the Greater Kensington String Band, by the way.
I am with Greater Kensington, have not played since 1988, but I'm still with the band.
Okay. And we're waiting now on the Ukrainian American String Band, and their theme is Showboat, and promises to be another exciting performance. Where have they finished in recent years? Do you know, Joe?
They had kind of a bad year last year, Mike. They finished 20th prize. So I talked to George Koresko, and he feels pretty confident that they're going to improve on that this year.
We look forward to it.
They're looking great, all dressed in fuchsia and turquoise tuxedos, gold and silver accents, and they're going to be displaying some old Dixie sounds straight down the Mississippi to New Orleans.
There's an apprehension here that I guess we're feeling in the booth as we keep our eye on the man with the flag out in front, because we want to be careful not to talk over the first few notes of their performance, and so we don't want to give you too much information and talk right through the performance.
It's kind of like the start of an auto race. We don't want anybody to jump that start.
Yeah,
it's very high-tech. He's on the walkie-talkie now, waiting to get the word to start.
Yeah, it didn't start out on walkie-talkies, did it?
Not at all. That man with the flag, by the way, is Tom Halley, a former captain of one of the string bands.
And obviously he is waiting for a signal from the judges' stand, or word from the judges' stand that they finished all their gradings for the previous band.
The judges have to be ready, as you said. We may not want to miss the first few notes, but the judges sure don't want to.
And I suppose while we're waiting, let's keep our eye carefully on Tom Haller, was it?
Tom Halley.
Halley. But give us an idea, what are they judging these string bands on, Joe?
We changed the points for judging last year to 50 points for music and 50 points for presentation. And the music 50 points is split 25 for the playing of the music and 25 for the arranging the music. In the presentation part, it's split into the performance itself and the costuming. Makes up the presentation points.
So those of you sitting at home can kind of judge this for yourself, kind of like you're watching a fight. We got
All band members have their families home judging, and all band members are picking their family and their bands to be first prize. It's kind of tough.
Okay, then everybody finishes first as far as we're concerned.
It's amazing how the way the back pieces of their costumes are picking up the lights here as it's getting dark here on East Penn Square. They're really shining very brightly.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how the sun was helping us as the fancies came through, and now the lights, our own television lights, will start to pick up the sparkles and the foils and everything, and give this quite a surrealistic effect. I see George Peresco pacing nervously over there to the George Sr., fellow with the long hair over there. Here we go. So there you have it, the Ukrainian American string band that I mentioned to you. The president of that club is George Koresko, and his son is the captain, George Koresko Jr. And we talked about the fact that it was really the son who got the father involved. He can explain it for himself in this Mummer's Moment.
Brought me in the string band just to take him here because he wasn't old enough. He was 12 years old. Then my other son, David, he wanted to play glockenspiel, and I bought him a glockenspiel, and he got started. Then my wife didn't want to be left out. She says, well, take me to, I'll help you do things down at the club. I said, okay, I'll bring you. And the next, my brother-in-law's there, my other daughter's there. She's come along, she does things for the string band, and that's why I am. I meet them, you meet other people, and you keep on rolling.
It's hardly a club. It sounds like your family.
Well, we have a lot of family members in our club, an awful lot. We have people that have 4 or 5 people that play an instrument that's in the family.
Well, and I think that is true not only of the Ukrainian American string band, but many of the string bands, many of the Mummers organizations. These are families who work on these things.
Father and son in a lot of groups, that's true.
And you keep hearing that theme throughout the day, starting with the comics this morning, on to the fancy brigades, and now to the string bands. It's a family affair, generation to generation, and that's true of almost every group we've seen today.
And yet I don't think we want to scare people off. If they're fascinated by this and they'd like to be mummers, almost anyone can be a mummer.
I would say all bands are open to taking new members.
Today's broadcast is made possible by Suburban Cable, Comcast Cable, and subscribers to TV 12. Additional funding is made possible by Adelphia Cable Communications, Garden State Cable TV, Greater Media Cable, Jones Intercable, and Wade Cable Vision.
Happy New Year, and stay tuned for more from the 1992 Mummers Parade, coming up next here on TV 12.
If you have a comment on the program you've just seen, we want to hear your response. Voice your opinion on the WHYY Viewer Response Line. Call 215-923-WHYY. Your comments are important, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Call 215-923-WHYY. I'm Marty Moss-Coane, and George Koresko Jr. is with me. You put on a real classy show for us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to have to keep this real short because we're moving on to the next. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You're looking now at the Greater Bucks County String Band, and their theme today is Hallelujah, America. Their captain is Steve Mulzett, the music director, Jay Walter, we should say, and the bandmaster is George Rossi.
go, the Greater Bucks County String Band and their theme, Hallelujah America, featuring America the Beautiful, This Land Is Your Land, Yankee Doodle. We also heard American Patrol, Battle Hymn of the Republic, and This Is My Country.
And you know, in 1965, they were the first non-Philadelphia Association band to take first prize. 1965.
Joe, we want to interrupt for a moment to give you the Comic Brigade 1992 winners. We're in the money, Liberty. Candyland is Alive on Broad Street came in number 2 from the Good Timers. Captain Hook's Pirate Wench Treasure, Purell. And then 100 Down Mummers finished number 4 from Purell. In the comic floats, Santa Claus Leaving the North Pole, the Good Timers. Welcome to Rio, the Landy Comic Club. Number 3, the First Americans from Hammond. And then the Good Guys Ride Again from the Good Timers finished number 4. And finally, Comic Group 92 winners, Graveyard Hop from the Murray, Siesta to Fiesta finished number 2. They're Murray, La Fiesta Purell, and Match Made in Heaven, the Good Timers. So those are the Comic Group winners, except for the captains. Let's include them. Larry Meehan, Purell, Tom Ross, Landy, Bill Dunleavy, Liberty, and Selena Kramer from Hammond. Unfortunately, it looks as if Henny Schultz did not break that record. So there you have all the comic finishers. And now let's send it over to Marty with the captain of the Greater Bucks County Band.
Okay, I'm here with Steve Mosette, who's sweating. It's cold outside, but this man is sweating.
I could swear it's 104 degrees out here. It's hot. To me, it's hot. It really is hot out here.
Now, you're Bucks County, is that right?
Yeah, we're Bucks County, Levittown, Pennsylvania.
Everyone's from Levittown?
Most of the people in our band are from Levittown, or we have some people come from upstate. As far as Lee Heighton joined our band.
And how long has the band been in existence?
1948. I'm gonna make it to that 50th.
And for you, how many years?
It's my 16th year up the street. My 6 years captain.
And how many boxes of feathers, sequins did you have?
Oh, I lost count. When we were building them, I lost count. They just use them till they're gone.
This has been all-year process, all right?
Yeah, that's right. All year.
Okay. Well, you look great. Thanks a lot. Back to the booth.
We're looking now at the Hegeman String Band, and their theme is Hot in Harlem. Their captain is John R. Pignotti Jr., their music director, Jack Sikora. I hope I'm saying all of their names correctly. With a name like Gelinella, I know what that's like. And the drill director is Brian Robison. They look great. Our last group was red, white, and blue, and these guys are black and white. They really look like a New Year's theme with a little sparkling silver to go along with it.
And the darker it gets, the more our television lights make this look spectacular.
And you may have noticed, too, the great dispatch with which each band is coming up to the performing area. They're wasting no time this year. As a rule has been set down, and they are moving it quickly today. It's really crisp.
Which is putting a lot of pressure on us to try and get everything we have to say done.
Captain John Pignotti Jr. is also celebrating his 25th year with Hegeman today.
Here we go. with Hegeman's Hot in Harlem, and hot it was, so much so that it brought on the gendarmes. We heard Harlem Nocturne, Let's Misbehave, This Joint Is Jumping, Blues in the Night, Sweet Georgia Brown, Minnie the Moocher, and It Don't Mean a Thing If It Ain't Got That Swing. Joe Deegan, they were what number last year?
10th prize last year, a great 72-year history, and once played for King Gustav of Sweden back in the bicentennial year.
Okay. Had the joint jumping here, and they're looking to move up in the rankings on this one. So the joint was really jumping, and we've got more winners to tell you about.
Yeah, in the comic division, we have the overall winners. Pural. Pural has won. Then Murray came in second. Good Timers third, and Hammond fourth. Murray has won 6 times in a row. They couldn't come up with that 7th win. Pural has taken the top honors in the comic division, and Judy is standing there with someone from Pural. Is that what you've got there, Judy?
No, I'm here with John Pignotti. That was a wonderful performance. You're a little out of breath. How do you think it went?
I feel good. The band came across. We did a great job. It was a long year for the organization, but I really, really feel good.
Okay, now we have the tape of your performance. I want you to take a look and tell me what your impressions are as you look at it.
Well, I mean, the band is really executing well. This was a big point of our show. We were portraying Cab Calloway, Minnie the Moocher, and we were trying to get the people really going with us, and they really cooperated well.
And as you look at it, does it look to you on tape the way you imagined it was looking as you were performing?
Yes, it did. They did a great job. The band was just fantastic today. All day long, everything went right for us. All we could do is leave it in the hands of the judges, and may the dear Lord stand beside us, and no matter what it comes out, we have a Happy New Year for everybody.
Well, you sound like you got a lot of energy. You probably could get back and do it again.
If I had to, I'd do it again. I'm ready.
We'll see you next year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, congratulations.
Good night.
Thank you.
And we're ready for the Durning String Band, which is coming in next. With its captain, Jack Key, who is also president of the Philadelphia String Band Association.
Jack is the 2nd year's president, that's right.
That was a job that you held before this, Joe Deegan.
That's correct. And also, Durning is proud this year to announce Frank Anello, their music director, as the newest member into the Mummers Hall of Fame. Frank Anello.
They are dedicating this performance today to the memory of Tom Barrett, a band marshal who passed away suddenly this fall. And they're also sending out a speedy recovery to Bill Siegfried, who's just recovering from surgery.
And their theme is all keyed up. Looks like they're getting ready to start. We're waiting on the flag.
You know, Mike, Jack Key also has his 2 sons, Brian and Jackie, playing in the band today for the first time.
Oh, really?
So there are 3 of the He family, and the father, Jack Key Sr., is out there helping out as well.
And I guess we ought to point out that it was Jack Key's grandfather, who was Jim Durning, who founded this band.
Jim Durning founded the band.
So the family tradition continues yet again.
Exactly.
You know, back in 1988, the Durning and Garden State string bands merged into this one great group you're going to see now.
They're almost ready to go, and we have to keep an eye on this captain's costume. Isn't that a beauty? It's a beautiful silver sequined formal tuxedo. And it changes towards the end of the presentation. He may end up looking like Liberace before it's over, so they tell us.
Yeah, we're in the midst of the string bands, of course, and really the joint really is jumping. The crowd is on its feet. They were sitting down earlier, but they're standing for these things, and they're cheering all the way through.
Yeah,
cheering right now.
Clearly the crowd gets into this. Really? They are part of it, as they were during that Hegeman routine when they were singing.
the Durning String Band with All Keyed Up, pun intended.
And coming up next, we have the a moment with Ed Reagan, who marches with the Frailinger String Band and talks about his first parade.
My grandfather had wanted to change the name of the band several times, and one of the stories is that, as was, I guess, pretty common back in those days, money being tight and people remortgaging their homes and what have you to put the band on the street, someone had lent my grandfather money to assist in that process, and he wanted to change the name of the band. And it's funny because the band is going up the street this year for the first time, but he wanted to call Durning the Italian American String Band back in, I think it was the 40s or thereabouts. And the String Band Association at the time, which was a closed charter organization, wouldn't allow him to do it. It had to remain the Durning String Band.
I'm here with the captain of the Durning String Band, Jackie, and I must say, Jack, this is the first time I've ever had to wipe lipstick off that was put on me by a man. Jack just gave me a big kiss like that.
Happy New Year, Judy.
Happy New Year to you. How do you think it went?
I think it went real well. We had a good day on the street and really pleased with in front of the judges. Who knows?
Take a look down here, Jack, and you can see a little replay.
Yeah, we have our dancers coming out now, putting down the keyboards. They're going to dance to the song Nola. Looks like everything's in sync there.
What's it like to be able to see this instant replay?
Oh, this is great. This is great. We don't have to wait now for a couple hours.
I understand you were performing with your dad and with your sons.
My dad was here as a marshal, and this was the first year my two sons were in line in costume.
What was
I was
that
real
like?
Proud, real proud.
How do you think they did?
I think they did great.
I also understand there's a special dedication.
Yes, we had a fellow die in the band a couple months ago. We dedicated it to Tom Barrett. So that was extra special for us, too.
Okay. Okay, well, the crowd obviously loved it.
Oh, I hope so. I hope the judges did.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Judy. Bye now.
Back to you.
Okay, and that was Jack He, and I obviously led to the tape, the wrong tape before Jack He. We were talking with Ed Reagan from Frailinger, or I said we'd be talking with Ed Reagan from Frailinger, and ended up talking with Jack He about how the Durning String Band might have been the Italian American String Band.
And Durning's president this year is Fran Fox and drill master Ed Eels Jr. with Durning.
And now we're waiting on the South Philadelphia String Band.
We can see them from here, and they're looking good, and there's some of the crowd waiting to see this band, South Philadelphia String Band, as we mentioned. Their theme this year is Swampin' at the Savoy. Look at those terrific costumes. A swamp monster. That's what the captain will be, the swamp monster with a suit of vines and mussels blended into his back piece as well.
You know, several years back, Jim Donaghy was the captain of South Philly for almost 30 years, and he holds a record of 3 consecutive first prize captains.
If you set up a nightclub in the Okefenokee Swamp, that's the kind of clientele you could expect, I suppose.
Absolutely one of the most imaginative, visually, string band presentations we've seen in a while. Swampin' at the Savoy, also pun intended, from the South Philadelphia String Band. Everything from Stormy Weather to Tuxedo Junction to Woodchopper's Fall. And there goes Swamp Thing and the Creature from the Black Lagoon and Enemy Mine and several others, all marching away with some scary-looking trees. And that was really something else. South Philadelphia String Band, Captain Bill Baronato.
What'd you think of that one, Joe?
Very different, very good. Billy Baronato did a nice job, and their drill master is Anthony Avenardo.
How about using the trampoline? I hadn't seen that used before for the frogs.
The band dedicates their performance this year to Jim Moran, who passed away on November 24th while parading as the co-captain in the Mayfair Homesburg Thanksgiving Day Parade. Jim Moran.
And we've got the captain standing by over there with Judy. Judy?
We're here with Bill Baronato, who is a little bit out of breath. How do you think he did, Bill?
Oh, I don't know. You know, there's a lot of competition out there. You never know. You just hope you did well. You did the best job you could, and hope for the best afterwards.
Can you see the tape down here in the monitor? Take a look.
Yeah.
And what do you think? How does it look?
Looks pretty good from here.
Did it feel as if everything, all the routines were going
well? Real good.
I want to ask you a little.
Real hot in here, I'll tell you.
I want to ask you about in here. What is this made of? Swamp grass?
It's all solid latex. It's all foam and latex. It's real heavy. It's real hot.
Okay, well, I guess it's about time you can get a little bit of relief.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Happy New Year,
Thank you very much. Listen, can I say one other thing? I'd like to dedicate today's performance to two members that passed away. Grab Carter earlier in the year, and just passed away Jimmy Moran, who the little patches on our arms are for. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Back to you.
Okay, and before we continue with the Palmyra, South Jersey String Band, let's bring you up to date on those college bowl games so you don't have to tune out. North Carolina State lost to East Carolina 37-34 in the Peach Bowl. At the Hall of Fame Bowl in the fourth quarter, Syracuse leads Ohio State 17-10. And in the Citrus Bowl, 27-10, California over Clemson in the third quarter. At the Cotton Bowl, Florida State 7, Texas A&M 2 at the halftime. And there could be a career for this, for me in this. Yeah.
You sound good to us. And these guys look good to us. The Palmyra, South Jersey String Band, their theme today, Howdy from the Grand Ole Opry. And their captain is Bill Adair. This is his first year. We wish him good luck. The music director is Ron Connolly, and the drill master is John Connolly. Now, the captain's costume should be interesting. He'll look like Johnny Cash, the man in black. And we also will see a little visit by Minnie Pearl. No, not the real one, but their own depiction of just who she is. You'll get some memories of Hank Williams as well, and some Johnny Cash tunes. Let's listen up for those.
Yeah, that's an interesting point while we're waiting for the flag to drop. You are not permitted to have big celebrities out here.
Against the rules, no professionals.
So that if they wanted Minnie Pearl, and they could get her theoretically, they couldn't have her even if they wanted her.
Be disqualified.
Well, here we go. They're not disqualified. They're ready to go.
South Jersey String Band in action. Howdy from the Grand Ole Opry, featuring such great performers as Minnie Pearl, Hank Williams, Johnny Cash, and Lee Greenwood. And before we go any further, we want to present this little Mummers moment for you.
Oh, my father, he's in the band playing the alto saxophone. He's probably close to 40 years performing. I have an uncle who he since retired from the band. He comes around, he helps me New Year's Day and big jobs we have, builds my back piece for New Year's Day. He was captain for 12 years. He's in the Mummers String Band Hall of Fame for most winningest captain. And my brother and I, assistant music director, have just grown up with it, became a part of it, worked our way up through the ranks, and I've become captain 2 years ago. And it's a real honor to be in front of a band like this, and it's a lot of fun. It's really enjoyable. The people are wonderful. It's great, and we're getting close to the deadline, so the nerves and adrenaline's really starting to flow.
Back with Johnny Cash, or I should say, Bill Adair. Your first year performing with the Mummers, Bill. How are you doing?
All righty. Excited.
you look a little excited. What kinds of things were going through your mind as you were doing your routine?
A lot of things. It was really great out there. Just the atmosphere, the band, all the enthusiasm they put into it. It's really been great.
Take a look right down here, Bill. We have a little replay of some of the performance. Tell me what your thoughts are as you watch it.
I watched them all day on the street. They did a fantastic job. And it looks like they did another one there.
How long do you think you're going to be able to hang on to these ropes?
Well, hopefully until I get back to the bus.
Okay, well, we hope you make it. Happy New Year. Good luck to you, Bill. Congratulations. Back to you.
Thanks, Judy. We're looking at the Crean String Band, and their theme today is Artfully Yours. Let it not be said that the Mummers are not arty in many of their presentations, and this is one of them with Captain Raymond M. Wisniewski. And this is going to be a colorful presentation for sure. You'll be hearing up Mellow Yellow, looking at the world through rose-colored glasses. I'd rather be blue, black bottoms. Get the idea here? We may even see what they'll call some famous paintings, such as the Mona Lisa. And, of course, the perfect finale would be a portrait of my love, and that's just what we'll see.
And Linda, the band's president is Dave Dorman, the captain's grandfather.
Once again, that family connection.
Rich Johnson, by the way, is music director and drill master of this band.
What was their finish last year, Joe?
Last year their theme was Pantomime in Time, and they finished 17th.
You're looking at the, that's the captain's back piece you're noticing there, and it's just splashed with color. And that's the idea of the artist's palette.
Shadows are lengthening along East Penn Square, ready for the next performance.
There goes the flag.
they are the Crean String Band, led by Captain Ray Wisniewski.
Artfully done this time. Artfully Yours. Taking place at an art museum. Great job bidding to finish higher than they did last year and making a fine account of themselves.
And they want to honor Jim Newfer, who's the newest member this year also in the Penn Jersey Hall of Fame.
Joe Deegan, you're obviously a veteran of many of these parades. This is about as crisp a set of marching by the different bands as you've seen?
I would say so. I'm involved with the pacing of the parade. Got me to this point here in the booth, and it went very well all day long. So I'm not surprised that it's coming on.
So you have you to thank for that.
Good order now.
Great job.
Beautiful colors, just magnificent. Now we're not playing any favorites here, but they all look beautiful from this vantage point.
Well, some look more beautiful, but we won't decide which is or announce which ones we think are more beautiful.
We'll just make little checks next to the name.
Yeah, we're making our own little checks, our own voting system. Let's get outside to Judy and the captain.
Hi, here with Captain Ray Wisniewski. What a colorful performance.
Thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you, Judy.
Happy New Year to you. I mean, even, can we get a shot of this palette? Isn't this lovely? With the flowers, close up? Beautiful. How do you think it went?
I think it went great. I'm very proud of my band, proud of all the people involved.
Take a look down there and see what you think. There's your performance. You're speechless, Ray.
I'm very excited. What can I say? Happy New Year.
Okay, well, Happy New Year to you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
I think he just wants to get on his way. They've done their performance. They passed the judges. We'll go back to you.
Is made possible by Suburban Cable, Comcast Cable, and subscribers to TV 12. Additional funding is made possible by Adelphia Cable Communications, Garden State Cable TV, Greater Media Cable, Jones Intercable, and Wade Cable Vision.
Happy New Year, and stay tuned for more from the 1992 Mummers Parade, coming up next here on TV 12.
If you have a comment on the program you've just seen, we want to hear your response. Voice your opinion on the WHYY Viewer Response Line. Call 215-923-WHYY. Your comments are important, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Call 215-923-WHYY.
This day when we're all loving Philadelphia, they are instead going to take us to Paris. Are you in the mood? Their theme is I Love Paris, and we'll hear everything from I Love Paris to the French national anthem to Alouette. It looks like it will be magnifique. Their captain is Jamie Caldwell. Their president is Thomas Carroll. Music director John Enright, and the drill director is Dennis Konzelman.
The Uptown String Band with their theme, I Love Paris, Captain Jamie Caldwell.
A little bit of everything out there. I love Paris, the night they invented champagne, the can-can. Really an exciting performance and a very colorful performance. And as you can hear, a crowd pleaser.
The crowd loved it, and you can see from groups like this how much work and rehearsal goes into this. Joe Deegan, about how long would you say some of these folks do rehearse and prepare for these events?
They rehearse all through the year, but they've probably played this routine 200 times. But when you get out there today, it's the quickest moment of your life. You're off before you know it. You know, Uptown was purchased by Harrogate in 1990.
Okay, we're going to go over to Judy now, and she's standing by with the captain of the Uptown String Band.
I'm here with Jamie Caldwell. Jamie, what a performance. And the crowd particularly loved the dancing girls. I don't want to call them dummies, but that's what they were.
They were a little lightheaded, by the way, you know. We'd say that anyway, so. But it was a great parade. I think everything went well. Hopefully we placed real well. So that's what it's all about right here.
Take a look down here, Jamie. There's some instant replay of your performance. What do you think?
That's great. That's what it's supposed to be right there.
Is that how you pictured it?
Beautiful.
Okay, well, we wish you luck. Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie Caldwell, Uptown String Band. Thank you.
The instant replay may not be a revolution, but it is going very well as an idea as it's working here today at this Mummers Parade. Now, perhaps you're sitting at home thinking you'd like to be a mummer. How do you get started? Well, Joe Devine of the Quaker City String Band, which is coming up next, has been marching since 1937, and he runs through his mummer's resume in this mummer's moment.
Started out with the comics, started out with the Murray Club. I played over the Murray Club for a few years, and right after the war, I got into the fancies for a couple of years. Up until 1949, when I tried to learn how to play some music, and I was accepted as a member of the Quaker City String Band, not only playing music, but as a vocalist, you know, and I worked my way in. I never became a great musician, but it was very enjoyable. It was very enjoyable and entertaining. So that's the big part of the Mummers. And no matter what you're in, the comics, fancies, brigades, or string bands, it's entertaining and enjoyable. You enjoy everything you do.
Okay, we've got a big moment coming up now. This is last year's winner, Quaker City String Band, with Bob Shannon out in front. Big 6'11" Bob Shannon. Always makes a spectacular appearance. And here they come, the Quaker City String Band defending their title from 1991.
It's the Pirates from the Quaker City String Band.
With big Bob Shannon out in front, and you can't ignore him. When Bob Shannon dances out in front of a band, you have to see him.
You've been taken prisoner by Bob Shannon. You better believe it. And of course, they're defending their title, as we told you earlier. First prize winners last year, making a bold bid to do it again this year with a great presentation in Shiver Me Timbers.
They may do it if the crowd had their way. They're out there cheering and rooting for them. It was a beautiful, colorful demonstration.
You know, Bob Shannon
blowing a kiss with his hook.
Bob's in his 22nd year as captain. He's only the second captain of Quaker City. For 40 years, Ray Endress was the captain. Bob succeeded him.
Is he the biggest captain that you know of that we've had in this parade?
I'm sure he is.
He's the biggest man we've had in this parade.
Right in the midst of the string bands, 1992. And Judy Barton is out on the street with the captain himself.
Here we are with Bob Shannon. You are such a tall man. They've just been commenting on your size. I'm a pretty tall lady, but this guy is tall. Now, what's it like to have to top yourselves? That must be the ultimate challenge.
Oh, it's great. I want to tell you something. The fans have been excellent. The band's been here. Everybody's just been great today. And I tell you right now, I want to thank Channel 12 and Comcast and everything, because it's been just outstanding. You know?
Take a look down here at this tape, Bob, and tell me what you see and what you feel about the performance.
Oh, it looks great. We had a fella in the band, his bass barryhorn player, passed away 4 weeks ago. We dedicated our show to him. Jack Whyy was one of the best members any band would want to have. I know he's in heaven now. And somebody said we wanted to win back-to-backs for Jack. And I'll tell you right now, if we don't, I hope the band of Beats really does a great job. I'll tell you, people have been just great. I just can't say enough about it.
I think you are saying it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. It's great seeing you again, too.
Thank you very
much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Happy New Year. Back to you.
A spectacular 1992 Philadelphia Mummers Parade. A few short weeks ago, we weren't sure that we'd be able to bring you any of this, and now we're bringing it all to you, and we could not be happier that we are sharing this excitement with you.
This is the Avalon String Band, and you know, they say it's a jungle out there. Well, that's their theme for today, and it really will be a jungle with songs like As the Lion Sleeps Tonight and Jungle Town. The great hunters will emerge. You'll see them and the native dancers performing their ritual spear dance. The finale looked exciting, too, led by King Louie, the king of the monkeys. Sounds kind of like a takeoff on the Jungle Book. I don't know. My children love that one, so I think we're going to love this
Got a winner for the twins here.
I think so. Look at the captain. His name is Michael. He's a 25-year-old SEPTA police sergeant. So let's all salute when he goes by, shall we?
Yeah, I was down at their clubhouse the other night, Sunday night. I met him and spoke with Mike. And looked at their back pieces. They'll be very interesting. Wait till you see what's on the backs of some of their back pieces.
We won't give it away yet.
No.
Michael Patrick Vaughn in his 5th year as captain. Mike was last year's first prize captain.
Everything, go ahead, Mike.
I was about to say, there was a comic aspect to this one that we haven't seen before that I thought was really interesting.
Had us chuckling here in the booth, and in the midst of all that, we heard As the Lion Sleeps Tonight, Bare Necessities, Swingin' Safari, Jungle Town, Baby Elephant Walk, Tiger Rag, Abadab, I Want to Walk Like You, and Talk to the Animals, and there they go.
Yeah, we didn't see what I had referred to on the back pieces. They had elephant faces that I never got to see up here with trunks that could move on a wire, but I never saw them from our vantage point.
They dedicated that performance, too, to a man in the band, Don Byrne, who died in August of 1991.
Okay, let's get down to Judy with Michael Vaughn, the captain of the Avalon.
Yeah, we're here with Michael Vaughn, who's still catching his breath. Take a breath and then tell us what you thought.
I thought it went great. It was by far the best thing we've ever done at Avalon. We had a little special thing. We lost a great member this year. Guys were crying coming around the hall. We were doing it for him, and I think the emotion showed. We are so happy to leave it here.
I can see that, Mike. I can still see the tears. Your cheeks streaked with tears. Take a look here at the performance. An emotional one, as you said, for you. And is that how you envisioned it as you were strutting?
There was so much going on that it was hard through rehearsals to see how it was all going to come together. The last couple times, it just worked perfectly, and we couldn't even dream of being better.
Okay. Well, congratulations. Happy New Year.
Thank you much. You too. See you later, Town.
Back to you.
You know, we're sitting here with Joe Deegan, past president of the Philadelphia String Band Association, but he's also a member of the Greater Kensington String Band, which is about to come up the street. We want to take a mummer's moment now with John Makalowski, who's president of the Greater Kensington String Band, as he looks back on some of the highlights of his career as a mummer.
Beginning from my first parade with the Duffy String Band, it was certainly my most exciting. What year was that? That was in 1982. My most memorable year, of course, was when Greater Kensington String Band finished first with our Go for Baroque year. What year was that? That year was 1988, and I don't think I'll ever forget that year. It was the greatest thrill of my life. All this work that you see us doing here tonight have made it all worthwhile. There's nothing greater than to get on Broad Street, entertaining people, see them smile, see them happy in what you're doing. It certainly brings a thrill to my life.
And now we're ready to see the Greater Kensington String Band perform. And it promises to be an exciting performance, as they all have been so far this afternoon.
They've all been doing a spectacular job, and we have such a perfect viewpoint from right here in our booth.
And so do you at home, as our cameras are placed, in fact, where we are and in places where we can't be.
And so do our folks in the stands here and all along the route, getting to see it live.
Yes, and by the way, I guess we ought to point out that there doesn't seem to be a foot of space now anywhere around here. Where before there were empty seats, there are no empty seats. There's no empty standing room. Here they come.
Kensington with Scott Boyer, second-year captain.
I suppose it's a little unfair, Joe, to ask you your opinion. This is your band. What'd you think?
It is unfair. I better not say what I think, but I think they're great. They did a great job. President John Michalowski, music director Jeff McTuff, and Joe Master Bill Patterson put it all together.
And you didn't even have to look at the script to know those names, did you? Okay, let's go down to Marty out on the street. Marty?
Okay, here we are down on right in front of all the performing here. We have a crowd of very enthusiastic people. Yay! Happy New Year! Now, Lynn, are you enjoying this parade?
Oh, it's very nice, and it's not really that cold either. We're all having a good time.
That's great. And this is Brian, who has a microphone of his own at home, and he wants to borrow mine, but I won't let him. How many parades have you been to?
All of them. My family's in the string band.
Oh, that's great.
Actual string band, yes.
That's great. Okay, we're going to send it back to you guys.
Where is mine?
Tell me about this.
A little out of breath. It's a great theme. We got a ball with it. Lighthearted.
You look happy, and that smile isn't just painted on.
Very happy.
Take a look down here at the monitor. There's some instant replay of your performance. What do you think?
Terrific. Everybody, look at them all.
It was a crowd pleaser, that's for sure. Your friends seem to like it. You have a friend over here and a friend over here. Any more comments or thoughts on your performance?
I'd just like to wish everybody a happy new year for 1992.
Okay, we wish the same for you. Good luck. Thanks for joining us. And the crowd loved that one.
Comic elements in these string bands are continuing, guys. I mean, it's not every day you see one of the captains dancing with a steer, but we saw that. It certainly made me laugh amidst all the great music and all the great pageantry, too. It's a lot of fun. 1992 Mummers Parade string bands. We're continuing.
With a magnificent shot of the Art Museum at dusk, and then back here to City Hall, where the Freilinger String Band is getting ready for their performance. And their theme is Freilinger has no reservations, which I suspect will be an Indian theme.
That's right. It's an American Indian theme. And when we look at it, all these members performing here, a lot of people ask us, what do they do the rest of the year? They gear up for this big day. But this group in particular, and in fact many of the Mummers groups, do charitable work during the year. Concerts at the Philadelphia area hospitals and schools and churches. They do community events. They're very involved.
Well, as I guess most of us know by now, the string bands are always out and working, doing other things, but they also do, as Linda suggests, a number of charitable events. Let's get ready now for Freilinger.
Their captain is Bill Bowen, their musical director Herbie Smith, and the drill master is Mike Rayer.
by Chief Running Bear, Captain Bill Bowen in his 10th year.
And you can see why the Fralinger String Band is always a top competitor every single year. They're one of the oldest and one of the most formidable of the bands. And you saw just another reason why today Fralinger has no reservations. The crowd is cheering, and we're going back out into the crowd right now to Marty Moskoway. Marty?
I'm standing here with Jack Fullman, and I understand you did those headdresses.
Yes, myself and about 12 other fellows from the band. We did all the headpieces. There's about 150 different pieces to each headpiece. It took us about 2.5 months just to do the headpieces without the costume, and it really came out beautiful. We're real happy with it.
Now, how many boxes of feathers and things do you even kept track?
Thousands of plumes and hundreds and thousands of yards of sequins and just mirrors all over the place, and it's just a gorgeous costume. I hope that we have first place.
Well, it sure looked very, very good.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Thanks. Bye-bye. Let's get back to the parade.
Here I am, and I'm here with Captain Bill Bowen. The crowd seemed to be really impressed with some of those nifty special effects.
I think they were. They seem like they were.
It feels like New Year's or something. Bill, we have an instant replay of the performance. Take a look at it and give me your impression.
I'm pleased. We worked hard all year on it, and I'm very pleased with the end result. I hope the judges are as pleased as I am.
Well, we hope so, too. Happy New Year. Good luck to you. Thank you. Back to you.
Continues to be spectacular. One of the things I want to do before we move any further and while we wait for the Aqua String Band, I want to reintroduce ourselves. I'm Mike Strug. With me is Ed Cunningham, Linda Gillanella, and our expert in the booth with us is Joe Deegan. Bring you up to date on the college football games. The Citrus Bowl in the fourth quarter. California leads Clemson 37-13. In the Cotton Bowl in the third quarter, Florida State still ahead of Texas A&M 7-2. And Penn State and Tennessee are in the first quarter in the Fiesta Bowl with no score. And the Rose Bowl, Michigan and Washington due to begin at 4:45 a few minutes from now. So you can stay right here and we'll keep you up to date on the football scores. Linda, what's Aqua got planned for us?
They're coming up the street now, and I think they're wearing their heart on their sleeve for this one. Their theme is Aqua's playing their heart out, and their captain is Steve Morris. Some of these songs, Only Love Can Break a Heart, Heartbreaker, Young at Heart, Zing Went the Strings of My Heart, Heart of My Heart, Heart and Soul. Eat your heart out, Mike Strud. Could you have thought of that many songs with the word heart in them? Now tell me.
I'm beginning to sense a theme here.
Yes, indeed.
You can hear the crowd in the background, by the way, when we finally shut up. And it is overpowering. The crowd, and this must really, Joe, you can tell us this. What's that do for you when you're out there to hear that crowd like that?
Oh, you get pumped up, definitely. You just want to play better and louder and more entertaining when you hear the crowd behind you like that.
These guys rehearse all year, or certainly for the months leading up to the parade, alone. Here we go.
course, it's Aqua playing their hearts out with Captain Steve Morris in his second year. And there go the balloons, Linda.
Oh, they're just beautiful. Another colorful theme.
Just when you think it can't get any more spectacular, they keep outdoing themselves every time. As continuing to be the case, the crowd is roaring and cheering. And as Mike was saying earlier, there's a definite buzz all around City Hall, and I'm sure that's been repeated all the way up Broad Street.
I suspect as much. And while we were hearing that the crowds weren't as big as they've been in years past down on South Broad Street, I'm sure for the string bands, they were out there in considerable numbers. You know, the captain of the Aqua String Band that we just saw is Steve Morrison. We'll go to him in a moment. He gets to see everything because he's at the head of the band, but it was not that way at his first parade back in 1969. Here's another Mummers moment.
Actually, the first year was a little tough because I marched up in the back row, and back then every band wore back pieces. I mean, everybody had a back piece, and I didn't get to see much of the parade. I only got to see the sidelines. As we were walking up the street, you were always guiding to the right, and I seen all the people on the right, but never had a chance to see what was going on at the judges. And perhaps that was even better. Not even
nothing but feathers in front of
nothing but feathers and all type of boa and things of that nature that you would see. But the day you just, every once in a while, I'd see a little bit of City Hall over top of the other back piece, and you say, yeah, I guess I'm getting a little closer and getting closer. And you go into that judges stand for the first time, and you're just literally trembling because you don't know what's going to happen. You're so afraid that you don't want to mess up anything and get the drill master all upset with you and everything. But it was quite an experience the first time.
Now tell me, do you recognize this guy? It's the same guy.
Yeah, here I am.
You know him, don't you?
Yeah, I know him. I know him.
Happy New Year, Steve. How did you feel about the performance?
Very good, very good. There was a little touch and go whether I was going to get up on top of that pedestal, but I sure the heck made it.
Take a look at this. Take a look at this tribute thing. Let me hear your commentary.
Very nice. We could be real. Oh, there you go. Very nice with the drill. Okay. All right, drill master should be very happy with that. Very good. Oh, wow.
Pleased with what you see?
So far, yeah, so far.
I think the crowd was pleased too, and I know they love that send-up of those wonderful heart-shaped red balloons going up into the sky at dusk.
I hope they enjoyed it because we enjoy performing.
Well, it
was
shows.
a great time.
Okay, well, Happy New Year. Good luck to you.
Thank you, same to you. And Merry Christmas.
That too.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you.
And to you, Steve.
All
Thanks
right.
a lot.
Thank
Good luck.
you very much.
Merry Christmas 1992. It's never too early.
And beautiful picture of Boathouse Row along the Schuylkill for the 1992 Mummers Parade. And we are now waiting on the Trilby String Band, the oldest parade in the band. They are they were here in 1898, and they actually marched in that first parade, although not as a
I think you were trying to say the oldest band in the parade.
What did I say?
The oldest parade in the band. But we know what you meant, and we love you, Mike Strug. They've been around since 1938, and we're looking out now at the Trilby Band, and their captain, their marching captain, as I'm told by Joe Deegan, our expert here, is Joe King, but their actual captain is Joe Pesci. He's the oldest member and has been in this band, as we mentioned, since 1938. Their theme today is A Perfect Pitch. So on this New Year's Day, they're taking us out to the ballpark.
And it was a perfect pitch by Trilby with marching captain Joe King. I think they just hit a home run for Captain Phil Pesky.
Well, now that's the first time we've gotten that out of you, Joe. You refused to score for us. This was a pretty big one, huh?
Is made possible by Suburban Cable, Comcast Cable, and subscribers to TV 12. Additional funding is made possible by Adelphia Cable Communications, Garden State Cable TV, Greater Media Cable, Jones Intercable, and Wade Cable Vision.
Happy New Year, and stay tuned for more from the 1992 Mummers Parade coming up next here on TV 12.
If you have a comment on the program you've just seen, we want to hear your response. Voice your opinion on the WHYY viewer response line. Call 215-923-WHYY. Your comments are important, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Call 215-923-WHYY.
This is Captain Joe King with Trilby. Joe, this is your real head now.
Yeah, it's my real head.
The theme was a perfect pitch. Tell me, after your performance, was it indeed a perfect pitch?
I believe so. We had a great time today. The band was electrified all over the streets. The people were great to us today. They were singing with us the whole way up. I really, really hope the band does well today. We wish everybody else good luck, and I hope everybody comes home safe and healthy.
Joe, the oldest string band, the old-time baseball uniform to baseball town. It was a good idea.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, great. I'm watching the band. It really looks great.
Did everything go as you rehearsed it?
Yes, it did. I believe it did. As much as I could see, I had the big head on, so I didn't see too much when we were in there. So I was really happy about it. But we were really happy about everything.
Okay,
Super.
thank you very much, Joe. Good luck to you.
Happy New Year. Take care.
Back inside.
Well, and I think we're ready to go back outside because it looks like the Polish American string band is almost ready to go here. They're really moving quickly. As you note on the screen, the City Recreation Department chooses local experts to be the judges for all of the Mummers divisions, and they are different in each of the divisions. It's not the same people judging all day. They include cartoonists, musicians, artists, and theatrical agents, etc.
It's a difficult decision. Each group has been exciting in their own right and just spectacular and magnificent. The theme here is Masquerade on Parade, and the Polish American String Band is inviting you to what they're calling the greatest masquerade party ever, with Captain Stan Magenta Jr. This is Stan's third year as a captain, and his Baroque suit is made of jeweled brocade and velvet.
Captain Stan Magenta Jr. in his third year as captain. PA was the 1990 champs.
What a masquerade it was. A little nod to public television. We heard a little Masterpiece Theater theme in there. That was nice. We appreciated that.
You're in charge of identifying all the classical music for us. Okay, you know, one of the fellows that marches with this band, the Polish American, is a fellow by the name of Don Kier. And you make a presumption after you watch this that they have done everything perfectly, because by the time they get to the judges' stands, they've rehearsed lots and lots of times. But as Don Kier of the Polish American string band can attest, you can always expect the unexpected. Here's another Mummers moment.
We've had all kinds of happenings over the years. People rush into the club in the morning and he's all excited and they say, "Where's your suit?" And he's, "Oh my gosh, I left it home." They had to quick put something in the car and go all the way back to Jersey to get the man's suit. The excitement at that particular day is terrific. Plus, if they've been up that night, why, you know, they're a little groggy in a way just from lack of sleep only. But I have found that my life has been enriched by being in the bands. And then we do get calls from a lot of charity work, which we're very glad to do, and we feel we're not only in there for ourselves, but we're in there hoping to help other people also. And like I say, I'm happy, and I just was hoping that the good Lord willing, I might make 50 years, so I got 4 more years to go.
With Stan Magenta, we'll use the Polish pronunciation.
Okay.
You won 2 years ago. How did you feel today?
We felt great. Absolutely great. When you come around City Hall, the people get you charged even more than what we are, and they just make it, you know, fun for us.
Standing here a moment ago, you told me you felt relief. Is that what you feel when you're done your performance after all the work that goes into it?
After 365 or 364 days, it's a lot. It's a load off our shoulders right now. Yes, it feels good.
Well, at least you don't have a long wait. There's only a couple bands left.
Right, we got a little ride back now, and we'll perform for the people down Allegheny Avenue, and then we'll go back, get a bowl of soup, something to eat, and we'll wait for the results.
Let me see if I can say this right. In Polish, jesteśmy numer jeden, and that means in Polish, we're number one. Hopefully, Stan and his boys will be saying that. That's what they hope, right?
That's right, absolutely.
Let's go back inside.
Thank you.
And we're looking at the Ferko string band getting ready to come into the judges' stand.
Their theme today, Ferko presents an original one-man second-hand band with their captain, William Spezial. And some of these themes, Joe Deegan, they're really unique. How do these groups come up with these themes?
They have committees. They meet early in the year and discuss ideas or concepts and then back that up with sketches and music. And what you see, the result is here today.
Ferko is an interesting band. It goes back many, many years. I think somebody said they first marched back in the 20s.
1922.
Yeah, but Joe Ferko was a druggist who worked for Doc Freilinger, and Freilinger was a druggist, and he first captained Freilinger's band.
That's correct.
And then he started this one, and they've been marching ever since. I think this is their 70th year.
Ferko, led by Captain Bill Spezial in his 13th year as captain.
I ad-libbed that story.
One of the oldest and greatest of the bands, a real legend right now, the Ferko String Band, and their presentation, Our Mimes Are Made Up. Let's go to Marty Moscowain out in the street. Marty?
Well, I have to tell you that the audience is at least as colorful as all the mummers that we're seeing here. And we got Bob Beckett here.
And this is Louis Roy, and this is Ben. And we're having a great time, and thanks, Channel 12, for giving me a chance to say, hi, Ma! Hi, Dad! Happy New Year!
A very, very enthusiastic crowd. I'll let them do all the talking. How'd you get such a good seat?
My girlfriend came here at 6 o'clock, did the dirty work.
William Speziale, you seem out of breath here.
Oh, just a little bit. I love it, though. We had a great performance, and we're really pleased with what we accomplished this year.
We're going to show you some tape here. Try and catch your breath and take me through what you're doing here.
Great.
I know you're trying to make the old tradition of Joe Ferko proud. You did a great job out there.
Oh, thank you very much. 13 years I've been captain, and I just love the honor of being in front of these guys. It's tremendous.
After the long walk up Broad Street to have all this energy, you just look like you're having so much fun out there.
The band fires me up. They play great music. They're so inspiring, and I just love being their captain. I love it. This is tremendous. I love it. Instant replays right in front of us.
This kind of feeling now is what makes all that effort the whole year seem worthwhile, doesn't it?
You always have your ups and downs and internal problems to deal with, but it's all for one common cause. It's to be a mummer first, play for the Ferko String Band second, and play for the city of Philadelphia. That's what it's all about.
Congratulations to you and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Of course, alert-eared viewers will note that we gave the wrong title. That was Ferko presents an original one-man second-hand band. And, of course, the Woodland is next with their own setting of Our Mimes Are Made Up. Mike?
Joe, I think you have a story about the Woodland Band that's coming up here?
The Woodland Band this year is very happy to say they have a young man, 20 years of age, who turned 20 on December 15th, Mark Trillinger. He's a hemophiliac, and his dream all his life was to go up Broad Street with a string band, and he couldn't do it because of his health problems. But today he is riding in the lead car with the Woodland String Band at their courtesy, and he has a 6-hour pass from the hospital. Has to get back right away. Mark Trillinger, glad to have you here today.
I think earlier today Tom spoke with him down at Methodist Hospital, and it's great to see him out here.
It was a great moment.
The Woodland String Band's theme right now, this time around, is Our Minds, not minds, Our Minds Are Made Up. I suppose a tribute to Marcel Marceau. I'm not sure what we can expect here, but here they come.
A lot more sound.
Do they have a dual captains, or is this something else that's happening?
This would be the presentation director and his assistant, Tommy King and Jack McLaughlin, I suppose will be.
Oh no, they've walked into a glass wall. I see some mime happening here.
multi-talented Captain Bobby Cunningham. What a great ending to the string band portion of the parade.
And what a grand finale it was. Did you notice, folks, the way the crowd roared when they got to that grand finale of the carousel? It just brought the crowd to its feet. They were cheering. And this is a grand conclusion to the string band section of the 1992 Mummers Parade. I know it's a cliche to say this, gentlemen, but can you imagine how tough it's going to be to try to determine the winners of all these 22 great bands? I wouldn't want that job myself.
But there are judges in there who have been marking very carefully, judging very critically, and they've got to come up with a winner.
Their scores were recorded, and we have a CPA taking their scores now and going to come up with the winners shortly.
And these are the winners from down at Methodist Hospital that you're
this
seeing
is interesting.
right now. Now look at this. Quaker City #1, Freilinger, South Philadelphia, Uptown, and Polish American taking the top 5 spots at Methodist Hospital. Now, Joe Deegan, how much does this influence the judges, or are they even aware of this?
To my knowledge, they're not aware of this.
They're probably not aware of it, but one interesting thing, remember that Bob Shannon was saying he had never finished better than 4th at Methodist Hospital, and he said, I'll take 4th at Methodist if I can have 1st at City Hall.
I think we all would.
Yeah, now he's finished 1st at Methodist. I wonder if that means anything on whether or not they'll be able to repeat their victory of last year. Let's go out to Tom and see what's happening.
A little teasing of the crowd there today with the near silence in the beginning.
That's what mimes are all about, teasing the people. Pull the glass wall down, you can see but you can't hear, but then bang, music comes right back in. A lot of fun. It's a fun routine.
Looking through the tape here, Bobby, the crowd seemed to really follow you along with the routine.
What you're seeing there on the tape now is a tug of war done dueling banjos. The two of them tug back and forth, back and forth. Instead of anybody winning, what the heck, let's all jump rope. And that's what they're trying to break into.
A lot of changes in your act today.
Yeah, awful lot. An awful lot, believe me. From the impresario taking part in the jump rope thing, and of course the big finale was the carousel, the human mime carousel. Getting up to the top isn't easy, believe me.
Does the crowd help you concentrate with all the things you had to do?
Love it. Absolutely. They help your performance. Really help your performance. Really pleased with it.
Thank you very much. String band's been out on a good note with Bobby Cunningham. Right now, let's go over to Marty.
Okay, we're going to have to make this quick because we got a big wall coming down here. But I found 2 guys, believe it or not, named Tom and Jerry.
Hey! Mom, I'm here. We're playing charades. My mom usually plays charades on New Year's Day.
Oh, is that right?
But we're from the comics, and we're still out here for the string bands. That's the whole reason why we come out here is for the string bands.
Well, I'm surprised we got 2 comics and you're vertical.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Well, we are classy guys, and all I know is the string bands really do make the Mummers Parade. They are the Mummers Parade, and we're just happy to be here, and thank God for that, and we're all happy here. Happy New Year, Philadelphia.
Thank God for the string bands because they are really great. That's why all of us come out here. And
what would you say about 1992 Mummers Parade?
It's going to be a great year. It's going to be. Hey, I still got my umbrella out. It's from 6:30 in the morning. I'm still here. Hey. That's why we're here, for these guys. Let's to the end.
Okay, happy New Year. Back to you all.
Okay, we're back here in the booth, and we've got the short transition period as we change judges from the string bands to the Mummers Brigades. And while we're doing that, I wanted to mention to you that many of those who have marched up Broad Street over the years take the position that once a mummer, you're always a mummer. This holds true even for those who are retired from the parade. Here's Tom Baldrick with more.
The group features retired Mummers string band members. The Hardly Able's band is only 4 years old, but the ages of its members go from 62 to 75.
I have diabetics. Jack Rogers had I think a triple bypass. We have knee problems, arthritis. But I'll tell you something. You put a banjo in their hand or a saxophone, and they'll forget for a couple hours that they have ailments. Like we're the only band that has the paramedics following us.
They were able to play 31 gigs in 1991, appearing for tours at the Mummers Museum and at retirement homes.
The people who are in these homes surely don't get enough attention, and people just let them sit and don't visit them, and we can go out and bring a smile to their face, and there's not enough money in this world to pay you for that.
I'm enjoying it. Try to remake it in my old age. So it's a thrill.
Jack Rogers, I played with his father, and of course Jack's not as good as his father, but you gotta.
Does what the Hardly Ables do, does that help everybody relive all their fond memories from the parade?
We'll be down here probably the week after next, and we'll talk about who should have got what and who was, what prize they got, and like crying your beer,
Well, we thought we had heard the last of the string bands, and then along came the Hardly Ables. Now we believe we are truly through with string bands and getting ready to begin the brigades, the fancy brigades. And I guess first, let me tell you that Joe Deegan has left us. Joe was our expert on the string bands, and we appreciate his help with this thing. And we have been rejoined by Ron Goldwyn of the Philadelphia Daily News, who is an expert on just about everything associated with the parade.
Well, Ron, I'm a super fan, at least.
Yeah, Ron has been covering this for the 10 years you've been in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And almost everything that you read in the Daily News is done either by Ron or by Frank Doherty.
That's right, and Frank and I have both been out on the streets since I was up here last, and it's been a wonderful parade out there. This is, for mummers weather, it is absolutely perfect. No wind. If it gets too warm, it gets to be a problem, and the temperature's just right for the mummers.
Well, here's Mike.
We've got some
Sprug for you again here.
Excuse me, let me put on my let me put on my jock hat and give you some of these bowl game scores. The Peach Bowl, East Carolina beat North Carolina State. The Hall of Fame Bowl, Syracuse defeated Ohio State. Out in the Citrus Bowl, California trounced Clemson, and in the fourth quarter, Florida State is now leading Texas A&M by a score of 10-2. In the Fiesta Bowl, it's 10-7, Tennessee over Penn State. There's one we're watching carefully. That's in the first quarter. And in the Rose Bowl in the first quarter, it is now, no, there is no score in that game as of yet. Now, we have another expert in here with us now for the Fancy Brigades. He is most mummers are familiar with Bob Finnegan because of his prize-winning designs for the Fancy Brigades as well as for the string bands, some of which are featured in the Mummers Museum. And of course, you are all familiar with the Mummers Museum at 2nd and Washington. And there is Bob standing to my right. He's waving to you. See Bob? And he's been designing for the Mummers Parade for the last 31 years. So he knows whereof he speaks, and he will be in here with us talking to us about the brigades, what they do, and about the various designs. And I guess, Ron, the first thing you can perhaps clear up for us is the difference between the fancy brigades and the fancy clubs and the fancy brigades and the string bands, because there could be some confusion over both of those.
The Fancy Brigades used to march as a feature within the Fancy Division. It was in the late 70s that the brigades, who have a lot of camaraderie among themselves, most of the clubhouses are down on South 2nd Street, the brigades got together and asked that if they could form their own division, and that is what's happened. They've been marched as the 4th division of the parade since then. The brigades are a full ensemble. In many cases, you might think of them as string bands without instruments. The rules are a little different from the string bands. The brigades are allowed to have much bigger props. In fact, they're allowed to have floats on wheels, whereas the string bands aren't allowed to have anything on wheels. So you see actually more elaborate productions here and a little more flexibility because the brigades are not holding instruments.
Okay, of course, but they do have instruments. That is, we have a pit band over to our right there.
Right. There's a paid band, and the quality of the side music has gotten ever more sophisticated in recent years. A number of studio musicians or casino band musicians are hired on here. The arrangements are getting extremely sophisticated. It used to be that a lot of the brigades would just do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cadence and do almost military-style drills. And now the brigade's music is extremely finely orchestrated, and the routines are ever more complicated and tied to that music.
And each brigade brings its own band.
I think they share bands in some cases. Bob might have more information on that.
Bob? They do, in some cases, do share the bands, but in this particular year, most of them have went back to having their own band provide the music. They feel it's more of a controllable situation.
Bob Finnegan, I just want to ask you quickly before we go to ring number 1, how has the designing chores, how have they changed in the past 31 years? Has it gotten harder, easier, more intricate?
It has gotten more intricate, more theatrical. They basically were very simplified back in the 50s and 60s, and now they are involved into a more theatrical production with large 50, 40-foot stages and backdrops, and a far more professional routines that they have developed over, particularly the last 10 years.
Well, it's obvious that it's gotten more involved in the 31 years. We're going out to Tom Baldrick right now. Tom?
With Tom Napoleon, you are an example of the history of this parade going back to 1924.
24.
You were the Queen of Sheba.
Right.
How's the parade changed since?
Well, back it was fun. I won first prize in 4 years. 1924, 25, 28, and 20 was a juvenile.
As the parade director today, how's everything going?
Well, it's more commercialized now. Before it was a lot of fun. You paraded out, had a good time.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Right,
we're ready for the brigades.
Right, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And this is the first of the brigades. Ring number 1, New Year's Brigade, presents Rocking on the Nile. And Ron, this is a new brigade.
This is the first year for ring number 1. However, these are veteran mummers. This is one of the rather unusual cases where an entire unit has moved from one section of the parade to the other. This club marched as in a special mention category of the fancy division and won top prize in that category the last 2 years. They've grown a little larger and more elaborate and have moved up to the fancy division, fancy brigade division, which is a considerable jump. But they are experienced on the street.
And this is more of a, if you will, team concept than the fancy clubs.
Well, special mention is the one category within the fancy division where there is a team element. Special mention groups have like about 20 or so. I'm not sure the exact number. So they have grown somewhat to become a brigade, but they already were operating as in an ensemble way. We didn't see the special mention people here, I believe, at the A stand. I think they're judged at a secondary stand, so we may not have seen them much on the telecast today.
Anything special we should look for, Bob, in the way of looking at these and judging them?
Well, in particular, this group, because they are the first up the street this year, they must go first, and which is, again, always a difficult position.
All right, let's watch them and listen.
fantastic. You know, they're judged 50 points for costume and 50 points for presentation. And you can certainly see they put a good effort in the costume designing, particularly for the first time out in the Fancy Brigade category.
Joe Bellotti in his brand new ring number 1 with Rockin' on the Nile as Cleopatra's barge floats slowly down East Penn Square. And we're in the final portion of our Mummers Parade 1992. We're going to be going to the Gallagher New Year Brigade in just a few moments. But first of all, we're going to Tom Baldry.
The King Tut, if you will, of our 1st Brigade today. Joe, how'd the performance go?
Very well, as far as I'm concerned. We worked hard, we tried hard. I don't think we did bad for the first year Fancy Brigade.
Take us through the tape, if you would, Joe, of your performance. Some old-time rock and roll rocking down the Nile.
Yes, it is. My son is one of the mummies. He's 12 years old. It's the 11th parade. We have the Cleopatra float as my 2 nieces. We have one of the slaves is one of my nephews. Got a lot of family involved. I think they put on a hell of a show.
A little change of performance from the string bands. How do you feel about being first? Is that a help? Does it hurt?
Well, they say it's a jinx spot, but I'm going to change that. Hopefully.
We'll see, Joe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. You too. Back inside.
All right, getting set for the next of our fancy brigades, the Gallagher New Year Brigade. Their captain is Tom Walsh, and their theme is E.T. Welcome Home. Gentlemen, it looks like another one that requires a lot of good costuming and a lot of imagination.
Some very tricky costumes in this one. There is a set of costumes that stretches over 15 foot high and wide and done by 2 men.
And before we get to that, we're going to go right back outside for a moment to Marty Moscowane. Marty?
Okay. Okay, here we are. Okay, it's very loud down here. I have 2 people that have 2 very good seats here, and this is Kenneth and Sequetta. And what time did you get here today? You know what time?
No.
You've been here a couple of hours, would you say? Not too much? How about you? How long you been here?
Couple hours.
Couple hours? What do you think of the Mummers Parade? Is it okay? You ever been to one before?
Yeah.
And what do you think? Is it fun?
Yeah.
It's fun?
Yeah.
And is that your sister?
Yeah.
Is she liking it too?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got people all ages, all sizes down here in the 1992 Mummers Parade, and we got Tom behind me who...
The only comic left. We're the only comic left, but we're here to see the string band. God bless you.
Okay. Thanks a lot. We'll go back to you.
Okay, I think we're ready for the Gallaghers and E.T. Welcome Home.
Definitely, they are going to have a party, which is a perfect atmosphere for New Year's Day, and there are some very unusual party costumes from the green planet from which E.T. is returning to. So especially look forward to, as I say, the stretching suit that evolves 6 sets of costumes.
Well, if you ever wondered if there was going to be a sequel to E.T., well, that question is answered right now. It's right here on Broad Street, Mummers 1992. Still waiting for them to get revved up. These are the final 15 performances we're going to be seeing for Mummers 1992, this being number 2 of those 15, Ron Goldwyn. It looks like it just keeps getting better and better as far as all of these brigades are concerned.
Ed, I've described in print these brigades as the best-kept secret in the Mummers. The crowds get small down the street, but they put on an incredible show. Let's watch it.
Yeah, let's find out what E.T.'s home planet looks like. they do the electric slide on E.T.'s home planet. Probably never knew that before, but he came home to a hero's welcome. And gentlemen, we had all kinds of imaginative creatures, including Stoots, sea butts, and orbs on E.T.'s home planet. And that was the presentation by Tom Walsh, Captain Tom Walsh, and the Gallagher's New Year's Brigade. Welcome home, E.T. Tom Baldrick is out in the street, and he's got another interview set up for us, Tom.
I've got an exhausted Captain Tom Reds Walsh with me, and how did that go for you?
Well, pretty well, pretty well. I think I got caught up in the music. The brigade was great.
Certainly was. You had the crowd dancing, and E.T. welcome home.
There they go.
Tell me what you're doing here.
Breathing heavy. Now, right here, we got our dancers out there performing. That's a shot of our float. We're on E.T.'s planet, so I don't really know what these people are called. There's a couple two-headed people coming out there.
Well, we don't know what they're called either there, Tom.
I don't know.
I'll tell you, with the E.T. theme, you had a couple other songs well-known from movies that the crowd really loved. You had them dancing.
That's the name of the game around here. You got all these good clothes coming up. You got to dance these days.
Congratulations. Nice performance. Back inside. I don't know about you folks, but he ended with the electric slide, and that's one dance I can't do.
Well, they can do it on E.T.'s home planet, and I know what those creatures are called, sea butts, stoots, and orbs, because I've got it written down right here. Ron Goldwyn of the Philadelphia Daily News, we're coming up next with the Jokers. And before we get to that, we just want to show you last year's winners on the Fancy Brigade, the Strutters, Vikings, Golden Crown, Shooting Stars, and the Downtowners Club. We've got 15 of them all this time, including the Jokers coming up next. And Ron Goldwyn, we've got a very august personage who is marching with them.
City Councilman-elect Jim Kenney has been a marching member of the Jokers for about 15 years. Jim has been an active mummer. There's always been a close association between politics and mummery, and I think as we told the histories of some of these clubs, we've seen some political officials involved in it. But Jim has been back in the ranks of this club as one of their featured dancers for a long time, and he's come up the street and arrived at City Hall in past years as a corkscrew and as a drive-in movie patron and all kinds of strange characters. And he arrives as a city councilman on Monday.
Well, I don't know if the crowd was cheering him or themselves, seeing themselves in camera. I think it might have been the latter. Anyway, here we go with the Jokers, and they're south of the border. Well, that was Captain Tom Reds Walsh. Pardon me, Captain Fred Keller, south of the border, of course, with his jokers. And we did see Jim Kenny in there, councilman-elect. And I don't know how politically correct it was for him to be a bandit, but he was there right away. So before, I want to ask a couple of questions about this, but before I do, let's go outside to Tom Baldrick.
Here with Captain Fred Keller of the Jokers. You took us south of the border, and that was a nice routine.
Thank you very much. I'm out of breath.
A little out of breath here. We're going to take a look at your performance again, and a lot of Mexican-type songs in there.
We want to be traditional Mexicans, so it'll be obvious the whole way through what we were, and I hope we pulled it off.
I saw the women out there pushing your bullfighters around.
A little big, weren't they?
A little big.
Well, we're a traditional club where we still don't have women in our club, so if you want to do women, you can't really have guys do it, so you got the other extreme, get the biggest guys in the club and have them be the women.
You had them. How did you feel out there?
Pumped. Yeah, it looks like it's working out well. These guys are doing an excellent job on this covers, too. We appreciate it. I know it got a little hairy down the end, but this looks really, really good.
I have one thing I want to give you a little bit of a hard time about. The day after New Year's Eve, when a lot of people are celebrating, you had the nerve to play tequila.
What else would you play?
That had to make a lot of people cringe.
We drank a lot of tequila the last couple days.
Congratulations, Fred, on your performance. The Jokers back inside. Oh, to Marty, I'm sorry.
Okay, here we up here with Larry McLean. How many of these mummers parades have you done?
It's probably about 15.
Is that right? Does it get easier or harder?
Harder.
Is that right?
I'm a little older now.
Now, how would you say, how has the crowd been today?
The crowd right here is, pretty calm. We haven't had too many problems.
Is the main problem just too much drinking?
Too much drinking as the day wears on, yes.
Can you spot them when you're looking up into the crowd?
Pretty much so, yes.
And what's your trick to keep it warm?
Overdress.
Is that right?
If you get hot, you can always take it off.
So will we see you back here next year?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Out of your own free will?
Well, no. But I'll be here.
Okay, you'll be there. Great. Well, Happy New Year to
Same to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Marty. And coming up next, we've got one of the real legends of the fancy brigades, the Golden Crown. They've been winners in how much has it been recently, gentlemen, in each of the last 10 years, did you say?
They are been in the top 3 most of the last 10 years. The captain has won at 5 first prize captains in the last 10 years. They were second last year and second the year before. So they are a club who is hungry for that #1 position.
They've been getting close, but not quite up there, and they are determined to do something great this year, and it's going to be called Masquerade, a theatrical surprise. Do you have any idea exactly what little surprises they might just have in store for us?
Well, they are saluting different Andrew Lloyd Webber shows. The captain is the Phantom of the Opera, and later he comes back as the cat of the Jericho Bull. But watch the quick theatrical costume changes that takes place as they go from show to show. This is something that is near and dear to the captain's heart, this particular theme. He went to see the concerts and the show this year to prepare for this presentation.
You were just seeing Bob Finnegan talking, by the way, of course, with Ron Goldman of the Daily News, and I'm Ed Cunningham, and we're enjoying the final portion of Mummers 1992, which we've been able to bring to you. You may have heard in weeks past that there was going to be no Mummers on television. You may have heard after that there was going to be limited coverage of the parade. Well, when all was said and done, and when the sun rose this morning, we had it all for you, and we still have it all for you, and we are thoroughly thrilled, every bit as much as we were at 8:30 this morning, every bit as much as the crowd is out there right now, except for maybe a few of the young ones who are getting maybe a little droopy-eyed right now, but everybody else is just raring to go. And as we say, you're going to see one of the really great fancy brigades coming up in Golden Crown with Captain Bill Burke Jr. with their Masquerade, a theatrical surprise. And we're starting to see some surprises right now. So let's go down there and see what they have in store for us.
Golden Crown, Captain Bill Burke Jr. that just performed for us. We're going to go out now to join Tom.
I got to tell you, Captain Bill Burke Jr. here was so excited he almost ran past it.
Yeah, how you doing? Happy New Year's.
You too. Tell us about your performance. You must be happy.
Oh, we're real happy with it. We worked hard all year. We had a beautiful day. The crowd's great. And we're happy to be on television. Take us all. God bless you.
Take us through what you're doing here, Bill. The music of Andrew Lloyd Webber, a lot of show tunes in there that everybody was familiar with.
Well, I've seen every show at least 3 times. Cat 7 times. And I got to see them all last month one more time. So we were doing something I really loved. It was a pleasure.
The crowd really loved Cats. That brought a big roar from them.
I'm glad that I hope the judges like it.
It's really a parade starting off with the balloons the way you did to get everybody into it also.
Like I said, you know, the people like mummers, like balloons, they like the party, like the feathers. We try to give them everything.
Everything you expected out of this performance today?
I can't ask for any more. The guys were great today. This morning I took a nerve pill at 12 o'clock. And it
lasted this long?
It lasted this long. They got me up for the rest of the day.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Right now, let's go back to Marty.
Okay, I'm down here with Angie, and she's 4 years old. This is her first Mummers Parade, and I think there's some people at home that she'd like to say hi to, right? Who would you like to say hi to?
My little brother.
What's his name?
Victor.
Victor. And your mom and dad?
My dad's name's Vic and my mom's name's Lisa.
Okay, you want to wave to them and say hi and Happy New Year?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What do you think of the Mummers Parade?
I think that I like it.
You think that you like it? Me too. Okay, let's see what we got coming up next. Thanks, Angie.
Happy New Year. It's the 1992 Mummers Parade. If you're just joining us, hi, I'm Linda Gellinella, and we are live up the street right now. They're joining us, the Strutters. We're going to tell you about this group as you look out over the crowd and all the excited people waving and having a great time. They were first last year in the Fancy Brigade division with Captain Tom Kenny. This year, they're presenting a theme called Masquerade, a theatrical surprise.
No,
No,
Beaux
let me
Arts
correct
Ball.
that. The Beaux Arts Ball, that's correct, Beaux Arts Ball. We have all sorts of papers flying here, but one thing that's surely flying is the feathers, and this group looks terrific as they come up the street.
Can you repeat the performance?
Hopefully we will. So far, it looks good.
How tough is that, knowing that you had won last year and you won it so bad again another year?
It's tough. Let's go back to back. But we can do it, believe me.
Take a look at the performance for the crowd today. They're getting a real artsy flavor.
Yeah, it's a good flavor, though.
Can you take me through what you're doing? You started off kind of slow and then really picked it up.
Really. Start out slow, pick it up. That's it. No, non-stop, beginning to end.
What are you seeing here?
It's good. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Linda, the next group on the street will be the Cleveland Brigade. Interesting story here. We have a father and son captain team on the street this year. Dan Tersey Jr. is the captain of Cleveland here. His father, Dan Tersey Sr., had been the captain until last year, and Dan was the captain of the new Italian American string band. So I'm not sure that's ever happened. We're always trying to log mummers first, but here we have a father and son as captains in separate divisions. And the Cleveland Brigade has been in the Tersey family since it was founded. The late Ralph Tersey founded the club back, I believe, in the late 1940s. And they've long been associated with it. And this would be the third generation of Terseys at Cleveland. It's named for the intersection of a couple of streets near where the club is.
So again, we continue with that family theme. Lots of folks getting involved year after year. Their theme this year is pomp and circumstance.
Cleveland, incidentally, was the #1 Fancy Brigade in 1987, and they've been a consistent top 10 finisher since then.
Finishing #8 last year, and we'll see how they do this year.
But one interesting thing about this group is they're going to start off in the classical form of 18th century and then go to Madonna's Vogue as a la she did it on an award show, and then go back to the classical part. So you're going to have contemporary and classical combined.
Cleveland, incidentally, is famous for its very large props. One year they built a float so big that they couldn't get it out of the pier. It broke a wheel on the way to the parade route.
with Ruth Doherty, and it just goes to show that you can be in the crowd and have feathers. And you've been here since about 11 o'clock, is that right?
Yes, 11 o'clock, watching all the beautiful bands and everything, and I think they're so beautiful. And I'm so glad that Channel 12 televised this, because the people that can't make it down can see it on TV.
Have you been here before at other Mummers Parades?
Every year. Every year I come down, and I love it. The people are down here are real beautiful, and it's great to be down here.
Now, what would you say about the 1992 Mummers Parade?
It's the best, one of the best.
Okay, well, Happy New Year. If we can pan the crowd here. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Sure.
With Captain Dan Tersey, little nice moment with the guys there.
We had a tough year. All my guys pulled together. They came through in the end. I can't thank them enough. I don't know what to say about my guys. My marshals, my aides. I owe my life to them people.
Take a look at your performance here and talk us through it.
Okay, basically what it is Beethoven or classical presentation, open up and do pump music. And you can see, there it is.
Pretty big switch from Beethoven to Madonna.
Oh, yeah. We had to go from old to new. Try to excite the judges.
Dan, one of the more powerful bands we heard today. You had a real good band playing with you.
This band we have is the Rockets. They're a nightclub band. They're excellent. I think we had the best band by far.
I talked to you on the phone last night, and you told me we're just a boring bunch of guys. Not true today.
No, really. We picked up the pace around Pine Street, and everybody got pumped up.
Congratulations to you, and Happy New Year.
Can I say one thing? Sure. I'd like to congratulate my father, captain of the Italian American String Band, first time up the street. Dad, I'll see you when I get home.
Okay. Congratulations. Thank you.
We're looking ahead now to the merrymakers that are coming down the way, and a lot of the merrymakers are right there in the crowd, celebrating from last night and all day today at the 1992 Mummers Parade. We're in the Fancy Brigade division right now, and I'm joined by Bob Finnegan, who's our resident expert. What are they judging in the Fancy Brigade?
Particularly, they're looking for creativeness, originality, beauty in costume. They've changed the points this year. It used to be 70-30, 70 for costume, 30 for drill. Now it is 50 for costume and 50 for drill, because the drills have grown in such a professional theatrical manner that now it is equal in competition, but still the visual part is what makes the Fancy Brigade so special.
And it is special. You can see the people in the crowd enjoying it. If it was up to them, they'd be voting for every group, because one looks greater than the next as they come our way.
Yeah, you help with that visual aspect of it, Bob. I suppose they're also bringing in choreographers and drill masters to work with the other aspects?
Yes, there is. There is a great deal of professional talent being utilized now. Even though it's still a pure amateur parade, the outside help has made this a much better parade, particularly in the last 10 years. And you certainly can see it today in their performances.
A minimum of 30 marchers, new costumes must be worn. You're looking at just some of the Fancy Brigade rules.
What do they do with the old costumes, Bob? Do they give them to some other unit?
They must have new ones each year, so after New Year's Day, they own them. This is a one-shot deal in the Fancy Brigades. They go up New Year's Day. They work all year for 4 minutes. Unlike the string bands who utilize it throughout the rest of the year to perform and make money for the next year, this particular division, this is it. What you see today is a one-time only.
Mike, I'd like to see the closets of some of these brigadesmen, because basically that's what they tangibly have to show at the end of the year, their costume. And I'm sure there are some folks that have quite a number stored away. And another group of those costumes end up in the comic division, sort of get sold down and reused on the street in other divisions.
Okay, here we're watching the merrymakers and horsing around.
Their captain is Fran Boland Jr., and you're going to get a chance to see everything from galloping racehorses to foot-stomping western horses, merry-go-round horses. Well, this is a foot-tapping or hoof-tapping weather for this great performance. Merrymakers with Captain Fran Bowen Jr. They were just horsing around, but the crowd here seems to think that they were terrific.
Today's broadcast is made possible by Suburban Cable, Comcast Cable, and subscribers to TV 12. Additional funding is made possible by Adelphia Cable Communications, Garden State Cable TV, Greater Media Cable, Jones Intercable, and Wade Cable Vision.
Happy New Year, and stay tuned for more from the 1992 Mummers Parade, coming up next here on TV 12.
If you have a comment on the program you've just seen, we want to hear your response. Voice your opinion on the WHYY viewer response line. Call 215-923-WHYY. Your comments are important, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Call 215-923-WHYY.
And then put it back together again. And the captain is the remote control.
Just got done watching the Merrymakers with me, Captain Fran Bowen Jr. How did it go out there?
Oh, pretty good day. We were happy with our performance.
Let's take a look at your performance right now. And you came right out of the starting gate, horsing around at Mummers Park.
True. We just tried to wrap around the idea around horses with a little Western in there, carousel horses, race horses, and just kind of had fun.
Some good dancers out there, some popular songs people know, theme from Bonanza, The Lone Ranger. Tell me what you're seeing out there.
That part right there, it just represents carousel horses with Pegasus as their more or less king.
Ran a little bit of everything, the nice costumes, cute little kids out there too in your group.
Yeah, there are kids, everybody's kids in the club, so we just keep it in one big happy family.
How do you feel about your performance personally?
I'm happy we set out to do what we had to do. I just like to wish, thank everybody for supporting us, my family and all. I just wish everybody a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now we're waiting for the South Philadelphia Vikings to make their appearance. And before we talk about them, I just want to thank Joe Schubert, who's the choreographer and former captain of the Golden Crown New Year Brigade, who has been standing here in the booth getting ready to come on, but everything's going so well. We appreciate it, Joe. Thank you very much for being here with us. And if we run into a problem, you're the first guy we'll turn to. But Bob Finnegan has been filling in so admirably, as has Ron Goldwyn, that we're kind of overstaffed at the moment. Let's go outside now and look at the South Philly Vikings, the next group due to come into the staging area. And Ron, you have an interesting story about the Vikings.
The Vikings have become practically a dynasty. They were a very close second last year. They were the winners the 3 years previous to that. They are formerly a comic brigade. They won first prize in the comics for about 10 years running until they moved into the fancy brigades. The Vikings have a big following in South Philadelphia, and one thing that's amazing when they hit City Hall, their props and their effects are so incredible that the people who are way back in the crowd behind the props start cheering and yelling and waving before they start their routine, because the stuff from behind the scenes looks so incredible. The creative force with the Vikings is a man named Carmen Butchie D'Amato. His younger brother Peter is being the captain this year, but Butchie, who has been the captain in years past, is perhaps the most creative mummer on the street. He is just an incredible in the kind of effects that he creates, and we're really looking forward to seeing what these folks are going to pull this time.
Well, our Bob Finnegan here tells me that this group could be considered one of the most innovative on the street. Their captain, as you mentioned, Peter D'Amato, and their theme this year, Blowing Circuits. Bob, tell us what we're going to be seeing.
They're going to actually take a music system or a ghetto blaster and take it apart piece by piece and then put it all back together again. The captain is the remote control. They built all these suits themselves. That's one important thing. Among all the professional things being done, this club did it themselves this year from scratch. Props, suits, everything was built in their warehouse.
I think what's remarkable is they've come all the way up Broad Street, and yet the level of energy when they get here to the judges, you can't imagine that they performed any better their first time down at Methodist Hospital than here before the judges. You wonder where they get all the energy, and I guess it's the crowd and just the adrenaline flow.
It has to be. This is an exciting spot. The spotlights are on them, bright as day. The crowd is roaring for them, and they're ready to face the judges. This is what they've worked for all year.
Butchie D'Amato is such a careful tactician that he has everything very carefully lined up before anyone takes the first step. And sometimes he will wait a while and make sure everything is just right before they start. They're getting this massive float into position. The Vikings rehearse indoors. They're about the only brigade that has an indoor rehearsal. And therefore, there's a lot of secretiveness and suspense about the Vikings, whereas most of the other brigades rehearse under I-95 or in various factory parking lots in South Philadelphia. And so, kind of wandering around the 2th Street area, they see each other at work, but nobody sees the Vikings.
Let's watch this.
There they go. They promised they'd pump up the volume.
That's a wow.
The crowd is really roaring for the South Philly Vikings doing blowing circus. Love those dancing circus.
And Bob, I was commenting on what that must have cost, and you were talking about how they made virtually everything themselves.
They virtually even created some of the fabrics that they put together. They sprayed the foam. Everything was done in-house, and it's truly Quincy D'Amato's idea. He created it. He inspired it. This is something that he should be congratulated on because it's sensational.
It was this incredible unfolding of one special effect after another. I particularly liked after the batteries came out, there were the little springs jumping up and down after the batteries came out, and there were kids inside the springs dressed in black to make that effect work. But that was just one of it.
But they thought of everything. Everything. Just put movement everywhere.
They put, you cannot imagine how many ghetto blasters got ripped apart and studied piece by piece what made the inside or the guts of that particular system.
So we had the real thing depicted there.
That is correct.
Well, it was truly spectacular. And we have the captain now stepping over to where Tom Baldrick is, and we'll see how what he has to say about his performance. Tom, are you ready out there? I'm sorry, it's Judy. That's not Tom, that's Judy. Judy, go ahead. Okay, we're having some technical difficulty out there with Judy's microphone, but we hope to get it fixed just momentarily. Okay, now we're ready to go back out to Judy. Go ahead.
Okay, excuse us for our technical difficulties. Peter D'Amato, you were wired for sound. I was just saying that you really had this crowd going incredibly. They were dancing in the stands. How did you feel about how the performance
Oh, it was great. It was the crowd, everything just rolled right in. I mean, even the marshals were excited. I got the chills still.
You still got the chills? If you can look right over here to this monitor, we have a little replay of the performance. Take a look at it and tell me what your thoughts are as you're watching.
I'm watching us kick it. That's what I'm watching.
How do you think you did?
I think I did pretty good.
Is that how you visualized it, what you're seeing?
Yeah, just like we wanted it. Right on.
Our microphone is having a little trouble competing with the microphone right here. Right here. I know you need to take a breath. Happy New Year, and I know the crowd enjoyed your performance, so good luck.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Bye, Peter. Back to you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Judy. Now we're waiting on Satin Slipper with Just Clowning Around. What can you tell us about Satin Slipper, fellas?
Well, number one, they are one of the older clubs. They were formed in 1958. The captain is John Billick, and they're going to have different forms of clowns, from hobos to bag ladies to harlequins. And they're also one of the competitive clubs. They're always in the top 6, top 5 category, and they should be great today.
That was Satin Slipper with Clownin' Around. And now we have the winners in the fancies. Linda, why don't you run them down for us?
Let's look at them. Here's our winners for 1992. The fancy costume goes to Golden Sunrise, and the fancy captain winner, Dave Schuster in Golden Sunrise. And the female impersonator for the Merry Widow, Golden Sunrise. And then we've got the handsome costume, Midnight Lightning, and that's of course Golden Sunrise. And the fancy club trio was the black and white polka dot clown from the Oregon group, and
This should be
the
good
King
too.
Clown, the Crystal Blowfish from Oregon, and more. Mike, take over.
Okay, we got the King Jockey, the mythical magical unicorn from the Hog Island Club. Handsome trim went to Just Matter of Time from Oregon. And the special mention goes to Bird of Paradise from the Oregon Club as well. And we have two more, the Trio Pantomime Clown, Clowning Around Mardi Gras, Oregon. And then the juvenile went to Black Widow from Oregon. So I guess it was between Oregon and I forgot who was in at the beginning.
Golden Crown had a number of...
And Golden Sunrise.
We don't have the overall club winner here, do we?
I guess we have not so far. Hopefully we will get that momentarily. I think we want to go out to Judy, who is standing by with the captain of Satin Slipper. Judy.
Standing by with a rather breathless John Bielik. John, how do you think you did?
Oh, well, we did what we had to do. You know, we're up here for clowns. We're having fun.
It looked like you were having a great time. Not only that, you approached this crowd right here around City Hall at a time when they are so pumped up. They give you such great response. Did you feel it while you were performing?
Yeah, it's great. Like, people out here and all, they really get in behind you. Give that little extra kick.
John, take a look at the monitor down there where we have a little instant replay of what you did. And give me some commentary as you look at it.
Well, I don't know what I was doing. I just had to ad-lib a little bit up there. We ran into a little problem with the hat and all. But we had fun. It all came about. Just the thing that you have to do for the show and for people.
And do you know this young person?
Father's son. Justin.
This is your son?
Johnny.
Hi. Hi, guys. Want to say hello to everybody? Say Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Justin.
Happy New Year.
Oh, and Happy New Year to you. And your dad did real well. I know you're proud of him. Happy New Year. Congratulations,
okay, thank you.
John. Good luck.
Thank you for the telecast.
Okay. See you later, fellas.
Okay,
you look great.
John, you're ready whenever you are.
Thanks, Judy. And you can look out at the crowd waving and cheering and having a great time. The sun is down and it's turning cooler, but they don't mind. They're huddled together and keeping warm and enjoying the excitement of
Doesn't
the
look like
fancy
anyone's
brigades that
moving.
you're seeing now. Well, they're not moving yet on the street, but we are waiting for...
I meant no one was leaving. They got their seats and they're staying
They're
there.
not leaving, Mike. In fact, I think we're seeing some people still arriving. The parade's not over yet, and we are crowded to the rafters here by City Hall. They're looking out towards Bill McIntyre's Shooting Stars, fourth place last year with Captain Mickey Adams. And while we're waiting for them to come down the street with Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun, let's go over to Marty.
Okay, well, I'm down here with two very patient people. We told them about 2 hours ago we would talk to them on television. This is Mark and Tracy, and I'm happy to tell you that Tracy brought Mark from California to Philadelphia for the Mummers Parade. And you know what a mummer is. Can you define that?
I can tell you what a mummer is. I think a mummer is the person who likes to party hardy and dress up in wild clothes, but I think it's more of a feeling than a thing they can define. I want to be a mummer, though. I've decided. That's my big goal now.
When you grow up, you want to be a mummer.
Exactly.
Well, how about starting this tradition in San Diego? You think you can take this home to California?
I go home tomorrow to California, and I want to come back, though. This is just great.
That's great.
It's been great.
That's great. And I guess it takes a friend from California to get you to the Mummers Parade.
That's right. This is my first Mummers Parade, so it took someone from out of town to get me here.
And what do you think of it?
It's wild. It's so much different than it looks on TV. It's just wild being here in person.
Well, that's great. You want to wish anyone Happy New Year?
Happy New Year to everyone.
Okay, Happy New Year. Thanks.
Our friend from California wants to be a mummer, and can you blame him on a day like today? As we look out, the special theme here is Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun, with the Grim Reaper being portrayed by their captain, Mickey Adams. And our Bob Finnegan is promising that this is going to be spectacular.
You designed this one, didn't you, Bob?
Yes, I did. He wants to dedicate this to his father who passed away this year, Joe Adams. So he's really going to put on quite a performance.
Okay, we'll get a better explanation after the performance. We'll talk with you about the design. Let's watch. Well, that was spectacular, wasn't it?
It was everything it was promised to be. It was spectacular, and all the special effects just kept unfolding.
Bob, you did everything but roll Liberty Place out in front of us there, didn't you? It didn't look like it was going to end.
Well, it was a little bit from Beetlejuice, a little bit from even Batman, all the gothic, all the fun, all the haunting, but lots and lots of enjoyment. They wanted to please the crowd and have lots of fun doing it, but again, you notice, very theatrical. They've come a long way, and this group really is one of the best that does it well.
Just spectacular.
We'll get Ron's comments on it in a second. I was about to give the football scores, but you've seen the football scores. Ron, what'd you think?
The brigades all know that they're going to come up the street and be judged here at City Hall after nightfall with these very bright television and performance lights. And that and those designs by Bob were just incredible for picking up the night lights.
Okay, we want to go out now to Judy, who is with the captain of the Shooting Stars.
With the president.
I'm sorry, the president of the Shooting
We're
Stars.
going to have the captain and the president. Here we have Mickey Adams. Congratulations, President.
Jim Bradley. Thank you.
I must say, gentlemen, that was a tremendously elaborate production. How did you feel that it went?
From the crowd response, we felt that it went real well.
You felt the crowd was with you on that one?
Oh, yeah, we heard them the whole time.
Well, I think they couldn't believe their eyes, and more things kept appearing, and more things kept appearing.
Oh, that's the way we had it planned out. We just wanted to keep hitting them, banging them with everything that we had, and hopefully the judge will like us.
Okay, now do we have, if I can ask you to just step aside, we have some instant replay of the performance.
Our Beetlejuices. It's our levitating ghouls with the Beetlejuices on the back. We have our different rooms with the Joker, our wild things, killer clowns, 16th century Amadeus. Had a little bit of everything. Our witches.
You sure do. And now that you've completed your performance, all the work leading up to it, was it worth it?
If you would have asked me a couple blocks ago, I would have said no way. But right now, yeah, it feels great.
At what moment did it become worth it?
As soon as I went out and heard that crowd.
Okay. Happy New Year. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for stopping by.
The crowd has been great, and there's a view of them now, still out there in number and still cheering the folks on as we wait for the downtowners to head our way. Fifth place winners from last year with Captain Rich Heron Sr., and they'll be performing Savage Rhythm. The crowd is ready for that.
And Ron, you say many of these guys are police and firemen?
That's right, particularly police officers and former police officers. And this is also probably the largest brigade on the street. They usually have about 100 or more.
They're mentioning this year that the presentation will feature all of their 100 members, and they do range in age from 5 to 70 years old. They said take a note of their little witch doctors, who are about 5- and 6-year-olds.
Those are the ones that usually pull me over for speeding, those 5- and 6-year-old cops.
They always put on a very fine show. They really do have an elaborate production, and they make use of their numbers.
Also, too, interestingly enough, when they won back in '84, they were Exotic Jungle Ballet, so they have went back to the exotic this year to try to win it again.
And Bob, we've seen some great dancers amongst some of these groups. You're telling us they cannot bring in any professional dancers. These are all members of the club?
Yes, it is. They bring in professional choreographers and drill master, and particularly in this club, up to this year, my friend Joe Schubert was their drill director and choreographed their routines for them.
And even all the little ones we're seeing, those are family members, kids of the mummers.
That is correct.
We got a little boy lost named Ruby over by the judge's stand.
Oh, we've lost a little boy.
Ruby. His name is Ruben.
Ruben is lost over near the judge's stand. As soon as they take care of that, I think we'll be ready for our next performance.
There we go, the downtowners.
that was Savage Rhythm, and there they go, the Downtowners.
Marching off into the sunset. Actually, the sunset quite some time ago. But, by the way, for those of you who are keeping track of time, it actually looks as if this parade will finish somewhere close to schedule, somewhere close to the 7:30 finish time. We may even be a few minutes early, which is just remarkable, something that's just never happened before.
They've adhered closely to the time limits, and it's made for a beautiful presentation today.
Everything has moved quickly, and as somebody suggested, actually it was me, nothing like the threat of taking money away to get things moving. Marty's now standing by out on the street. No, we're not going to Marty. We're going to Judy first because she's standing by with the captain. Go ahead, Judy.
Captain Rich Heron, surrounded by these...
Captain Rich Heron.
surrounded by magnificent peacock feathers. You're tired, you're out of breath, but how did you feel it went?
I think it went magnificent. I'm so proud. See, our club is 106 members, and we dance from 5 years old to 70, and everybody participates, even the old guys like me.
And I don't know whether you soothed the savage beast or whether you stirred up the savage beast.
Well, I hope we stirred him up. To be honest with you, I'm really pleased with my club. The crowd was great. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm just tired. Tell my wife I'll be home soon.
He'll be home soon. He didn't even want to stay for the instant replay. He's a happy guy. Back to you.
We'll all be home soon. We want to send it over to Marty now, who's standing by.
All right, I'm down here with Bart and Faye, and I want you to tell us what you gave Faye for Christmas.
Well, I gave her a brand new banjo, and within 2 years, I expect her here to be a mummer.
What do you think about that, Faye? You ready?
I'm ready. I always wanted to play the banjo. I always wanted a 5-string banjo, so I got it for Christmas. And I spoke to my teacher, and I told him that I have not one clue on what to do with it, but I expect in 2 years that I will be in here. But I will not be in a club unless I can be captain.
Okay, she's got high hopes. Now, you know that it goes like this, right?
Feathers, but I don't even know how to hold it.
When's your first lesson?
Saturday.
Okay, well, we'll see.
10 o'clock.
We'll see you in 2 years.
Good.
Okay, Happy New Year. Back to you guys.
Coming up next, we have the Charles Ray Fancy Brigade.
Their captain is Jess Sandifer, and he'll be making his debut with the theme Try Your Luck. Now, this group is promising that they're going to keep us in suspense until the last moment.
I see what look like slot machines out there.
And it looks like they may be playing their cards right with this one. They've got aces showing. 4 of them, or more.
The captain here is Jess Sandfer. I have a wonderful grasp of the obvious. I saw that come up on the screen and let you know right away that I could read it. We'll remind you while we're waiting for the Charles Ray Brigade that you are watching the 1992 Philadelphia Mummers Parade. This is the 92nd annual parade. It started back in 1901 as a celebration of the beginning of the 20th century and has been running continuously since then, except for a couple of breaks, one during World War I and then during the Depression for a couple of years when there was no money around for these costumes. And you can see why you need money for these kinds of costumes, even though I suspect they were less spectacular back in the 30s than they are now. Ron, can you tell us anything about this group?
Well, it's named for its founder, Charlie Ray, who has been one of the best known, most influential of the Fancy Brigade mummers, and he was I believe the captain for some years, and they have recently moved from the western side of South Philadelphia in the last couple of years over onto 2nd Street, where virtually all of the Fancy Brigade clubhouses are located.
Speaking of that, while we're waiting, what's it like down on 2nd Street right now?
Right now, it's wonderful and crazy. It is jammed. It is jammed with comics. It's jammed with folks coming back off the parade. Some folks dress up and never actually get to Broad Street. They just have their whole day on 2nd Street. It's the brigades have a ritual where, as they will take their buses back to or march to Washington Avenue and 2nd Street, then they will march down the street, and they'll perform it's a narrow street. It's not like Broad Street. They'll perform a boiled-down version of their routine, and it's wonderful to watch. The fans are crowded in. Some of them kind of walk into the street with them. It's refreshment time, shall we say.
So those who have the courage might want to go to 2 Street after watching the parade here on Broad Street.
It's been going on all day, and it will continue till 1 or 2 this morning. Tomorrow is a work day.
Okay, let's watch the Charles Ray Brigade.
That was the Charles Ray Fancy Brigade performing for you. Their specialty, try your luck. Let's go meet the captain of that group now.
I don't know whether you can see me, but I don't know whether you... Okay, here with Jess Sandifer, the captain, who is... Jess, you look like you're about to keel over.
I am. I need 2 weeks of sleep.
Well, let me ask you a question. Was it worth it? How do you feel it went?
I love it.
And how was the crowd for you?
Wonderful. And Charlie Ray wish you a happy New Year's and try your luck. Thanks.
I don't know what it is. They don't seem to want to stay around as much as they did before. They're all anxious to go home or to go back and celebrate or whatever, but that was Jess Sandifer, a happy guy. Seems to be pleased with his performance. Back to you.
Bob, your assessment of that performance?
Well, definitely, this is a club that is a small club, and they certainly have improved upon what they've been doing in the past. A little bit more creative. They've taken a little bit more time on their costume this year. So, as their theme says, let's hope they have a lot of luck with the judges.
Okay, we'll talk more in just a moment.
Today's broadcast is made possible by Suburban Cable, Comcast Cable, and subscribers to TV 12. Additional funding is made possible by Adelphia Cable Communications, Garden State Cable TV, Greater Media Cable, Jones Intercable, and Wade Cable Vision.
Happy New Year, and stay tuned for more from the 1992 Mummers Parade, coming up next here on TV 12.
If you have a comment on the program you've just seen, we want to hear your response. Voice your opinion on the WHYY Viewer Response Line. Call 215-923-WHYY. Your comments are important, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Call 215-923-WHYY.
Bob, you were talking about the performance of the Charles Ray Group just now. And I guess what I'm asking is, we see what seem to be almost two levels, and Ron, if you can answer this, almost two levels of performance. One is the shooting stars and the Vikings with the ornate floats, and then almost a dance routine. They seem to be competing almost as in separate categories, you would think.
You would think, but again, each one has the opportunity to select their theme. In fact, they have to do it between February and June of each year and submit that theme to a mediator or an overseer, which is Franny Bowen Sr., and so that there's only can be two in each category, and the first one submitted is the one accepted, and so basically they have the opportunity to do whatever they wish to do.
But we don't seem to see the disparity, for example, in the string bands that we do in the brigades.
Well, the world's not equal, and I think that we do see that disparity to some extent in the string band. It's not quite as dramatic here because the big clubs can be a lot bigger than they can in the string bands. There's actually a rule on how big they can be. But clearly, this is people's hobby. This is people put a lot of effort into this for the joy of competing, for the camaraderie of the clubhouse. And I think some of these clubs understand that they're not likely to be first place, but they are part of something important, and they love it, and we love it, and they go for it.
We're about to look at the Alpha Fancy Brigade with Captain Albert J. Robbie III. Veggies International is their theme, so forget about starting your diet after you see the array of vegetables on the way. That was the Alpha Fancy Brigade with Captain Albert J. Robbie III with their theme Veggies International. Did they make you hungry?
I'm always hungry, I know that.
What is it like for them, Bob Finnegan, to be nearing the end of the parade and their lineup being so close to the end? Do they keep their edge? They sure look like they're performing with enthusiasm.
Oh, definitely. For everyone, it's the once in a lifetime chance to prove themselves in front of the judges. So definitely each one of them is excited to be here and certainly wants to be a winner.
Let's go out to Judy now. Judy Barton.
We're here with Al Roby. Al, you're a little bit out of breath.
A little bit.
How do you feel the performance went?
Fabulous, fabulous. We'd like to dedicate our performance to our past captain, Anthony D'Ambrosio, who took a little sick earlier in the year and, you know, gladly passed on his captainship to me. We dedicate this presentation to him.
We have a little instant replay. Al, if you take a look down at that monitor, tell me what you see. Tell me what your reaction is to that.
That's great. It's our Irish potatoes dancing down there. They're great. They practiced so hard throughout the year, and everybody pulled together, and, you know, we just wanted to come out and have a great time.
This is the most elaborate chef's outfit I've ever seen. Do you cook?
Not really.
You could have fooled us. Okay, congratulations.
Okay,
good luck.
Thanks. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year
Bye.
to you. Back to you guys in the booth.
I've just been watching one of the real new-fangled ideas this time around, our instant replay, which has never been seen before in any Mummers parades, but it's being seen this time. And we're coming down now to the 14th of the 15th Fancy Brigades. This time it's the Avenures with Captain Bob Fitzmaurice. And they're going to be doing a dancing Fantasia. Looks like they're starting right about now, just about, gentlemen.
You can see as you look out at this wide view of the street that the performers are just stretched from end to end, filling up all of Broad Street, and you can see the crowd. There isn't an inch of sidewalk to be found.
Even as the night is falling and it's getting colder, they are still out there in great numbers. All right, let's go out to Marty Moss-Cawane, who has another guest for us. Marty?
Okay. I have a feeling a lot of people feel like Fred. This is Fred. Maybe you can see. And this is Fred's fan club and his faithful followers. Now, how old is Fred?
Fred's a little over a year old.
And why did you bring this poor dog to the Mummers Parade?
I figured he needed an experience like this. He stays home a lot, so he needed a day out.
He didn't want to be home alone, I guess. Okay, well, he can tell his children maybe what this is all about, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Happy New Year. Back to the parade.
Looks like Fred wishes he were someplace else right now. But I can't think of any place we'd rather be, as the parade winds very close to its conclusion.
That's right. To use their theory, everybody here needs a day out. And they're all out today, enjoying it from morning till night. The parade is still going strong.
You bet. All right, here they are, getting ready to start, folks. The Avenures and the Dancing Fantasia. Let's watch.
back on this one. I'm here with Bob Fitzmaurice. A great performance. How do you feel?
Very great. We got #1 this year. I know it. Happy New Year, everybody.
Now, hold on a minute, Bob. Right here, we have an instant replay right there on the monitor. Take a look at it, check it out, and tell me what you think about your performance.
Fantastic. Just like Fantasia, fantastic, and we danced, and we were great.
There doesn't seem to be any doubt in your mind about that.
No, there doesn't.
Any surprises at all?
I know, I'm speechless. Great
okay, you did a great job. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everybody.
There's some hazards coming with this duty. As the parade winds down, we would like to take an opportunity to thank Philadelphia's finest, the Philadelphia police officers, who've been so wonderful today in keeping this crowd under control. Now, they're a little camera shy. They don't want to talk on TV, but we wanted to get a couple of them in the background so we could say Happy New Year, officers. Thanks to all of you for the great job that you did. They see the camera coming and they have a tendency to run away, but here they are. Did a great job. Thank you very much. Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you.
Happy New Year. Okay.
Well, they may be camera shy, but they do a great job for us all the time. And we just saw the Avenuers, Captain Bob Fitzmaurice with Dancing Fantasia. And this is it, friends. We're down to the very last performance of the 1992 Mummers Parade, the Saturn Aliens New Year's Brigade. This time they're being captained by John Griffith, and they're going to be doing Clams Casino. Any hints, experts, on what this is all going to be about?
It's a casino under the sea, and interesting enough, last year they had, or year before, a tragedy where their club collapsed, and they have rebuilt, and this was the theme they were going to take out the year before, and they held off so they could do it a much better job this year for you.
Marching last is by no means a disadvantage. In some ways, it can be, there's almost an anti-jinx. Twice in the last 5 years, the last marching fancy brigade has been the winner. In both cases, it was a big surprise. In both cases, they hadn't even been in the top 10 the year before. So Saturn Alien, with this momentum of building their club back up, has to be very pleased about their position in the parade tonight.
Well, they're certainly getting support from the crowd. The crowd has not lost any of their enthusiasm. And during the last performance, you could actually see them bobbing up and down. And here they come, the Saturn Alien, ready to make us bob up and down once again.
you?
Tough year. Feels great now.
And
All over with. It's great.
You had that crowd jumping up and down in the stands. Were you aware of it?
That's what we wanted. That's all we wanted. That's all we wanted.
Okay, congratulations. Happy New Year. Okay, back to the booth.
Well, thank you. There you go, the 1992 Philadelphia Mummers Parade, 92 years of history here in Philadelphia, and we have had truly an exciting time, haven't we?
We have. The day has certainly been a success, and everyone is out there now rooting and hooting and howling, and we have to thank all our folks that were a part of it today, both the ones you saw today and the folks behind the scene, and there are many to thank, and we're happy that we were a part of it.
There were many, many people behind the scenes. Hopefully they will roll credits, and you folks will hang around. We want to thank Judy out in the street. Judy, how you doing out there?
I just want to say it's been an honor and a privilege, and it has certainly been a whole lot of fun. Marty, Happy New Year.
Happy New
Year. Marty, go.
Okay. Well, here we are. Are we here? Okay, we're closing things up. It's been a long day. I have to tell you, it's my first Mummers Parade. A great party. Everything went perfectly. And I just hope everyone has a wonderful and happy New Year. And
I have to thank the police of the 1st District for treating us great down at Methodist Hospital. They were really great. And one thing for Mummers fans, please take a look at the names on the credits, because these people worked so hard in such a short amount of time to bring this parade to you, and I hope you appreciate it. Right now, we're going to take my little 50-year umbrella and go down to 2 Street.
all right. And these are some of the people here, some of the names that you'll read.
Yeah. We also want to thank Stanley Green, who was with us earlier, and Robert Strauss, who was with us earlier, and everybody, as Tom suggested, who has helped in this thing. Early on, when Linda and I were talking about this parade, I said, what we want to do is kind of invite everybody into our living room, or invite ourselves into their living room. And I think that's what we hoped for, that we could all sit here and watch this parade together. Ed?
And folks, when we think about where we've come in such a short period of time, and it seemed for a long time like this parade was not going to be telecast at all, and this is the result. It's been fabulous, and we're just thankful to everybody who's involved, including the Mummers. And I just want to say thanks and goodbye.
And we'd like to take this opportunity to thank our Mike Strug, who is here, and our Ed Cunningham. I'm Linda Gellinella, and we're also joined by
Ron Goldwyn. We want to thank real quickly Bob Finnegan and Joe Deegan and Dr. Charles Welsh, who was with us. Thank you for being with us. Thank Lenfast and Comcast and WHYY and anybody else in Corsa and anybody else you can think of, because this has been a great day, the 92nd annual Philadelphia Mummers Parade. Thanks for being with us. You have a great night and a great 1992.
See you next year.
Happy New Year.
If you have a comment on the program you've just seen, we want to hear your response. Voice your opinion on the WHYY viewer response line. Call 215-923-WHYY. Your comments are important, and we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Call 215-923-WHYY.
Are You Being Served is next, right here on TV 12.